Alright. Yes. I think I have decided theme and layout. What about weapons? Do we have a heavy crossbow? Do not. We have a composite longbow, but I'm pretty sure she can't carry that, can she? Check it out. There we go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. You're 1d6. You're 1d8. Yeah, so we would have to learn that through roguish abilities, maybe. Learning how to use a longbow. But you can use a heavy crossbow, yeah. A short sword. Light crossbow. Let's double check. Oh, you can use a heavy crossbow as well. Alright. We do need heavy crossbows and whatnot. Yeah, I think I can just enter and go and drop those off because I don't need them. A little bit of free weight. Wait, the door closed? Ah, right, that's how it works. Instances all over the place. Oh, gonna drop those off. Sort by weight. Wands, keep the rope. Of the potions. Maybe even keep some more of the potions. How much money do I have? 1,000? You know what? Let's buy some more potions. Better have too many than too few. Show me what you've got. Oh, he actually did start selling them cheaper. Oh, that's great. Alright, so let's go down to... how much do we pay? 700? Six, that would have been nice. 777, alright. Deal! Now we have a bunch of potions. How much weight is that? 13. Ah, it's fine. Eve. And yeah, this is what we want. I gotta level the evil dude up as well. Hello, Budwai, though. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Alright, we have an oak that strayed. We have endless plains. We have something over here. We have stuff over here. Ancient tomb, old sycamore. I don't quite know the goal is here. There's something over here. But why though says I've been okay. You? Oh, ups and downs. I'm actually starting to feel pretty okay with life again. Oh. Pretty okay. You know what? Let's check this area out. Like, what path can we take and what exists down here? I kind of want to go... Oh, wait. Maybe I can go over here. Check this out. Wait, no. Perfect place for a farm. Manticore. Don't care about that. Right, we're looking for something else. Like, what's this way? Oh, nothing? More nothing. Right? Because... yeah, it's not my land, so I cannot claim him. Maybe it's down here, this way. Because if we check the quests, I mean, that one is done. The only quest... oh, we have Prove Your Worth. Oh, maybe that's Manticore. Fight the Manticore. We have the Bitter Rival. We don't know where he is, so... we're just waiting for the... we're waiting for the thing, but... moon radishes. Got a bucket of moon radishes. Bring it to Bakken. Moon radishes often attract kobolds. Like, we don't know anything about kobolds. Could go over here. Here. And here. Fuck, so many decisions. You know what? We're gonna go...
tired.
Wait, really? Did you get... you know what? We're gonna fight anyways. Fight. Maybe you get XP from... did I save? Oh, game auto saved. Nice.
To victory.
Oh, it is. I was like, are we gonna fight immediately or maybe not? Got illusionists and stuff. Alright, so first things first. What do we have? Competence. You get a +2 competence bonus on all skill checks as long as they continue to hear skill checks. We don't do skill checks during combat, do we? Against farm and chair. Attack and weapon damage rolls. So we put these over here. Put this over here. Alright, hit his laughter is good. Channel positive energy, creating a burst that heals all living creatures in a 30-foot radius. So we don't want to use that. That's out of combat healing, I think. Heal of Faith. Oh, I only have one, and I have one Burning Hands. Number of rounds equal to the number of die. Oh, wait, this is like a channel thing? Bless one ally within close range. Sacred bonus to attack rolls. We bless you. Well, whatever that was. Acid Splash here. I wonder why that is, right? Why does Acid Splash end up over here? I'm assuming it's because it's a cantrip or whatever. Oh! You're not actually using the bow to attack, you're actually attacking with... Then. Dexterity, we have Acid Splash. Then we have... Magnetic Fist, I don't know about that. Alright, and these are the spells we have, but we could use a free action. A bonded object can be used once per day to restore... Oh, I can decide to restore one of these spells if I use it, I see. Do I really want to use Acid Splash though, right? Because you deal 1d6 damage. This one deal 1d3 damage. Maybe it deals AoE if I hit both of them. Maybe not. Let's inspire courage first. Alright. Now we can turn that off. And we can now do Hideous Laughter, right? Look at that Acid Splash. Oh, look at that blood. You know what? Let's not do Hideous Laughter. Let's just attack. Same with you. Let's just attack.
You deserved it.
My skills exceed yours.
Sneak attack.
Tired.
Light crossbows, not heavy crossbows, unfortunately. Alright, what did we do? 18 experience. No gold. What is this? Bandit Illusionist information update? Oh! You can get more information about all of these things, eh? So much. Oh, we don't have to go through all. We can check events, we can check combat, check dialogue, or everything. Show me what you've got. Nice. Good to know. And I'm pretty sure we have checked these maps over and over, and there's nothing, never anything here. You are fatigued, right? So Valerie's blind for 7 more seconds. Well, since you're fatigued, it's just a matter of time before everybody gets fatigued, right? We might as well set up camp. Alright, manage. Are you good at hunting? You're good at camp camouflage. Octavia sets an alarm. Oh, my character doesn't have a special role, though. Yeah, look at that. You're good at camouflage. Definitely not. I think the Everlight's Blessing is probably worthwhile. And I think maybe I'll do that. Yeah. Unless... +7. Oh, lore nature. Can we just see who has the highest lore nature? Could be you, right? Oh, definitely not. Doubling HP recovery and regeneration from ability damage. Regeneration, eh? Hmm. Good enough. Oh, right. Begin resting.
Listen, Lindsay.
20
There's
hours?
a legend about me. A
Wow.
short one, at least.
About you? A short one? But your feats would be enough for 2 heroic epics, with plenty left over for a saga.
See, that's why you might want to use rations, because it takes 20 hours to fucking hunt. It's crazy. Oh. Something happens. Fred suddenly awoke inside the house? Dogs were howling fiercely not far away. It smelled like burning. The wooden walls were steaming hot, and smoke was wreathing beneath the low ceiling. Oh, this is a dream. Smelled like burning. The wooden walls were steaming hot, and smoke was wreathing beneath the low ceiling. I mean, we jump out the window, right? I mean, if the place is burning down, no need to open the door, right? Wooden walls are steaming hot. If we open the door, it's just gonna woof in our face. So do we look out the window first and then jump out, or just jump out? That's the question, isn't it? Let's just jump out the window. Kicking out the window, McDred jumped out into the darkness. An arrow hit her shoulder, and she heard laughter and shouts of triumph. She surged forward to the rope bridge. Reaching the middle of the river, McDred cast a glance back and noticed that a young man wearing an antlered helm cut the ropes with an axe. The bridge began to collapse as its ropes twisted and snapped. McDred's skin felt cold. She heard the murmur of the water and the soft lapping of waves. Fuck. After opening her eyes, she saw a rocky river bottom, a bloated body tangled in green water weeds. The drowned man's empty gaze was fixed upon McDred. That drowned man's mouth opened slowly, and a hoarse whisper said, "Strike River, McDred." Oh, is that where we're going? Tributary to the mighty Salon River that flows to the River Kingdoms. We know where to go now. Alright. Mighty Salon River that flows through the River Kingdoms. The river begins high in the Ice Rime Peaks. The mountains separate Brevoy. Content of Avestan. Shit. It turns southwestward through the Stolen Lands, past the Gnarl Marches, into the eastern Salon River at the city of Mivon. This moment she finally awoke, drenched in sweat. She told us what she had seen. Nobody reacts. Wait, I'm still fucking fatigued?
I shall not.
Because I didn't get any sleep? Is that it? It's just... What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck?
I feel tired.
Right? Right, I'm assuming we're going towards this river, right? Strike River. We should go there and discover the source of the terrible dreams, right? Yeah. So what is this Shrek River? Yeah, this is Thorn River. Oh, this is Shrek River. Here we go. Nettles Crossing. Gonna... Oh shit, no, actually, I don't want to go there. I want to go this way. What's this? Two Rivers Field. Two Rivers, eh? I feel like I know a place called Two Rivers. Quiet and unremarkable area not far from the confluence point of the Crooked River and the Shrek River. No major roads cross the area and travelers are rare. Never been to this location. Check it out. It does autosave as soon as you go to a place. I know you feel tired, but we just did... Wait, what? What the fuck?
Let us bide our time.
What is that thing? Encumbrance. Was that it? Because you were carrying the quarterstaff? That seems like bullshit. I don't want to rest again. We just rested. We want to achieve something, right? Oh, look. She won't be running.
Let us try this one.
Well, I don't think I want to use any... I guess we can daze. Oh.
What's that?
Found a trap and triggered the trap. Great job. I thought when you notice a trap, it would automatically
Any last wishes?
tell us no. Wonder if the wolves are gonna attack me as well. Miss, miss, miss. What just happened there? Oh, trip. I see. Oh shit, that was not everybody. Alright, let's check this way first.
The path is clear.
We've downed better ones.
Will save, eh? Shaken.
Tread lightly.
I'm not afraid. Consider me provoked.
Peace!
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
Oh, right. Doesn't work against.
Let us be careful.
This requires your attention.
I see something. I see something.
So many traps. Yeah, it did pause.
Anything else?
Yes.
Applause, please.
We should prepare.
Applause, please.
Dirt spear.
I've spotted something. I feel tired.
I know you do. You were just not.
This is for you.
You weren't so stupid. Exhaustion. Oh. Permanent. Exhausted moves at half speed. Fucking hell. So we do need to rest again. Because for some... Oh, because of the dream. They didn't sleep properly. That's super annoying. In. Alright. So I think, yeah. Let's do the camp. Camp and then we immediately camp again. So many hours. Yeah, we're losing a bunch of time for this fucking hunting. We could just use rations, but
Once I killed a whole herd of mammoths. But our camp was too far away. So I tied their trunks together and dragged them home for 2 days.
Those must have been tiny mammoths. The size of squirrels.
how many only took 7 hours. Wait, the same dream? Let's look out the window. Yeah, it's the same dream. No, suddenly awoke, dogs smelled like burn. Yeah, let's look out the window. The instant she approached the window, the glass broke and an arrow hit her chest. Fuck. Yeah, it was the same dream, so I guess we should open the door. That's stupid. And we do need to rest again. It's... oh, that's so annoying. Alright, let's just begin fucking resting again.
Slavery didn't break you. But could you forgive those who hurt you and give them a chance to atone?
Hell no! These wretches had 100 chances. 1,000. Millions. I'll think about forgiving them when they set all their other slaves free.
Oh, and this time we didn't get any... Alright. Let's try and open the door. Grid pushed the door with her shoulder, but it wouldn't budge. The flames were starting to crawl up the wall. Yeah, yeah. Skin felt cold, heard a murmur. Skin felt cold, she heard a murmur of the water, the soft... Her breath grew short. Yeah, it didn't matter. Yeah, we're just gonna be fatigued. That's it. Oh shit, can I should have saved before... Maybe this quick save and do this fighting again, and then... You know what? It's fine. Yeah, we can't get rid of it, the exhausted, because she's just not allowed to sleep, is she?
I'll go ahead.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Miss! Yeah, let's fucking leave. Everybody else is rested, she's exhausted, but it doesn't fucking matter. I wonder if she's gonna, since she's exhausted, is she gonna slow us down?
Tired.
Or travel time? Maybe. Enter. And it does auto save. Wait, what the fuck? What just happened? Weird as fuck. Just bugged out and said, nah, screw that. Talk about a burned down house, eh? Dozens of years ago. Actually, I need to check my inventory. Yeah, look at this. We've got... You don't do anything, you don't do anything, and you don't do anything. Alright, so... No good jewelry. One-handed short spear. What damage do you do? 2 to 7? That's not very good. Well, that's the dude. Davik Nettle. The corpse face is bloated from being so long in the river. The stench from its toothless mouth is so foul that your eyes begin to water. The hand, clenching a sinister-looking spear, is covered with scabs. Suddenly you feel faint, as if a cold, wet hand is placed heavy on top of your head. Wet hair sticks to your skin, and trickles of icy cold water runs down your face and shirt. A hoarse whisper resides inside your head. There you are. Christian says, I sense evil, but not evil committed by this poor soul. No. He arose on account of some evil done to him. So it was you who sent me those nightmares. Gurgling, deep-chested laughter pierces your skull, clouding your vision and flooding your ears. All else becomes muffled, as if you're trapped underwater. You shake your head to cast off the apparition. Who are you? David Nettle. A storm of bright images flashes before your eyes. A long time ago, this person, then a living man, came here from Brevoy, constructed a rope bridge, built a house, and lived in it, collecting payment from those who crossed the river. How did you die? You see a vision of a lovely spring day. Sunbeams shine warm against the cheeks. 3 men approach the house by the bridge, one of them wearing an antlered helm. Stag Lord. Angry face says a quarrel, the glint of an unsheathed sword. Suddenly the Stag Lord's greedy eyes twisted by surprise. The master of the house has unleashed his hounds. A burning smell stirs you awake to the sound of loud barking. Flames are crawling up the walls. The sound of breaking glass, the bitter cold night air. You're outside the house, and something is wrong. An arrow strikes deep in your shoulder. Yeah. You hear the guffaw of 10 throats. You run already in the middle of the bridge. The man in the antlered helm cuts one of the ropes. An ear-splitting scream fills the air. What do you want from me? The vision of a man wearing an antlered helm. You hear a muffled groan. The helm drops to the ground with a loud thud. Your hands are covered with hot blood. Too much blood. Death to the Stag Lord. Lindsay says, don't you hate it when someone asks you to do something that you were gonna do anyways? Makes me want to do nothing, just to spite them. Yeah, I feel that way, yeah. Sometimes I do. Why must I be the one who does it? Or can't you kill the Stag Lord yourself? Or, very well, I should meet your vengeance upon the Stag Lord, or chaotic neutral. I refuse to help you on principle. You shouldn't have messed with my head. That's actually... yeah, fuck you for messing with my head. What about the... I don't have time for this. Wait. Can't you just kill the Stag Lord yourself? You see the Stag Lord and his cutthroats trying to build a new bridge here, then running madly away from the rotting monster. The Stag Lord has avoided this place ever since. Why must I be the one who does it? Feel invisible fingers, call a stone, draw aside a wet strand from your hair, your forehead. Um... I mean, this dude was pissing me off. At the same time, right? Any chance you get to find rest. You know what? Very well, we're gonna do it anyways. I shall meet. I don't even know. Let's do it, sure. Ground man who's been sitting motionless nods his head. Come later, take the spear. Kavia says, I would help him even if he wasn't going to pay. He has such a hard life. Well, hard on death. That must be even harder. Alright, we come back after we kill the dude. Does that mean that the bridge is gonna show up after this? $5 coins to cross the river. It appears these posts once held a rope bridge. Does it? Don't you say? I would never have guessed. Time for another rest. We don't have to deal with this exhaustion anymore. Alright, we're gonna make a quick save. And we're gonna take... Wait, does that mean we need to take 2 rests? Oh, that's so annoying. So fucking annoying. Alright.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, they didn't even pause, they just went for it, eh? Red Skeleton Elite. We had a bunch of misses here. Are you considered a humanoid?
May I suggest another way to
No,
use the
I
spell?
guess not. Hello, Coleman. Hello, Node Runner. Yeah, how are you doing today? Oh, we're talking about rats? Actually, I never got the rat emote. What's this stream about? Getting attacked in the middle of sleep? No, that's not. Actually, I did wake in the middle of the night, but then I fell back to sleep. How are you feeling today? Hope you're feeling better. Getting attacked in the middle of the night by rats? This is not a rat. This is a Dread Skeleton Elite. Oh, here we go. Dread Skeleton Elite update. Immune to power attack due to difficulty settings. I don't trust those texts, because the power attack stuff is just fucking bullshit, isn't it? Wait, I wanted to see... Here we go. It's level 4 on... No, level 2 undead, level 2 fighter. Defense DC 18. Offense DC 23. Not inspected. Abilities not inspected. Do we have to be careful, or should everybody just attack?
Tear them apart!
Do I need to rage? Let's fucking rage. Let's play some music. Sneak attack. Oh, that was fine.
I feel tired.
Collect all the loot. And go back to camping, I suppose. Begin resting. Again.
You chose
18
a path of
fucking-
a warrior, and now your sword is always wet with blood. What? Do you like killing?
War is no less honorable a trade than any others. It's definitely not worse than drawing or arranging letters into lines. As for my enemies, I'm not the one who puts weapons in their hands. Like me, they've chosen their own path.
Close. We're still gonna be exhausted, right? Oh. We'll check that later. What do we have here? Valve rolls out Proton 8 to further improve Steam Deck and Linux gaming. Oh, that sounds great. XNV says not to force the religion topic again, but I have it down to $8. I enjoy the religion topic. It's completely fine, XNV. Nice to see you again, by the way. What do you have down to $8? Confused. Coleman says, I don't know, I just saw a random rat emoji from, but why though? And I'm feeling satisfied with life for now. Oh, that's fantastic. In this moment. All those rats. That's not an emote. That's an emoji. Wait. Oh, emote needs a face, right? You're emoting something. And what does the rat emote? Anything. That people should not talk to the police? I don't even know. Is that an emote? A threat. Shut the fuck up. Or, I don't even know. Coleman says that all emojis that I use on Twitch are basically just changed into emotes in my mind. Emojis on everywhere else. So many rats. Another one says the difference is that emoji are standard by a formal body and emotes are thing that Twitch sells. Oh. Wait, so emojis are part of UTF-8. Emotes are Twitch things that they sell. Coleman says, I do not pay for emotes. Good. Not do that. XNV says $8 to create a church that qualifies for religious exemption, including things like property tax. $8? That's nothing, XNV. That sounds great. Have you actually done it, or have you just... Yeah, you have it down to $8. You haven't set it up. You're not finished with your work yet. Coleman says that 7TV, BTTV, and Franker FFZ emote enjoyers. Another one says, yeah, FFC is the best. And those other ones are trash. Oh, we're back to this again, eh? Hello, Moonpie Dumplings and Wiggins. Nice to see you. How are you doing today? Moonpie Dumpling says I don't bother with any. My Android keyboard is the hacker's keyboard, which doesn't do emojis, so I just typed them out. Stone face emoji. I mean, I used to, I had some problems with WeChat, but I didn't see any of the emotes. I think I saw some of the emojis, but not the emotes. But now I'm back to Chatterino, so I do see some of the stuff again. We can say, bro, you get a hotkey for emojis. I usually don't use them. I just type them out. Yeah, I do like this thing. Yeah, that's what I do. Minpa Dumpling says, actually, I have the KDE emoji picker, but I never use it. Sunglasses emoji. Another one says it's Meta Plus on KDE for the emoji selector, but I've seen people do a selector on i3 with D menu. I suppose. Minpa Dumpling says also the KDE emoji picker kind of sucks. It copies to clipboard rather than pasting directly into the text box opened. Well, that sounds frustrating. Coleman says 7TV works on all emotes, so right now I only have BTTV still working because it has some quality of life stuff that I still want. And Wiggins is wigging his hand. Waving? I don't even know. That was a stretch. Minpa Dumpling says, back when I still used emojis, I switched to an alternative emoji picker, but nowadays I don't bother. Another one says, we should figure out the paperwork we need to file to make an emoji and make one together as a stream. Well, I don't think I can do that anymore. I just, I mean, I had the, wait, do I still have those? Can I, wait, how do you, oh, I can still, like, can I still do that? Yeah, it still works. Minpa Dumpling says, I've used Chatterino extensively before, so my brain just auto-translates Twitch extra emojis before me. My screen displays the W text, but my eyes on the emote. Coleman says, 7TV recently changed the max amount of emotes from 200, like around a year ago, to 400 and 600 and 1,000 emote slots a couple of days ago. Well, that's good. A lot of stuff. Chat is lit, says No Runner. So lit. XNV says, I'd have to incorporate in Kentucky. Other states have higher incorporate fees. I could potentially make a case out of even the $8 since it prohibits the free exercise of my religion. But probably bad tactics to pick that battle, right? Yeah, probably bad tactics. Do you live in Kentucky? Because I feel like otherwise that might be a bad tactic as well. Also, don't you want a national thing rather than just, you know. Ween says, get a hotkey for your emojis. They're part of Unicode character set. No different from the alphabet A to Z, A to C. Yeah. I get that. I'm not gonna be doing that though. Since I don't use a lot of emojis. Oh geez. Wiggins says a committee did work to decide what emojis to include. You may as well use them. I mean, wait, just because a committee was set up what emojis to include, therefore you should use them? Is that argumentation? I mean, I feel like there are probably a bunch of examples where committees told you that, oh, you can do this. I would not want to do. I don't even know. Netflix says nerd face emoji. Coleman says 7TV and BTTV just uses colon emote name colon kind of emote, so colon anger colon stuff like that. So I'm just kind of used to doing it that way. Well, there you go. There you go. XNV says I'm not in Kentucky, but I was already on. But it was already on my radar as a place to relocate. Wait. How much would it cost to do it somewhere else? Like, if it costs $12 somewhere else, and you move to Kentucky just for the $4, that doesn't seem like the great idea. Wiggins says, when you say it like I say Rage Against the Machine, fuck Unicode, they can't tell me what to do. Exactly. Rage Against the Machine. You're not the boss of me, right, Wiggins? You're not the boss of me. Actually, you kind of are. Now that I think of it, like, whenever I type something, I type it in Unicode, don't I? No, it's time to leave Unicode well, fuck ASCII, though. I wonder what else is there, because, like, ASCII, you start having problems when you try to do this stuff. Yeah, fuck ASCII. American-focused, stupid bullshit. I don't know. Maybe... maybe they are the boss of me. Everyone says, sounds like making a bulletproof bunker to protect your motherboard from a BIOS update. Yes, exactly. Queen says, hell yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says, why do you need a need to register your religion? Wasn't there that one person who got it to provide them with a laptop with Linux over an unarmed, unregistered religion? IT? Oh, IT. I was thinking that their religion provided them with a laptop, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's not how religions work. I feel like most religions are like, you pray for something and then that thing may or may not happen. Doesn't really matter, the actual praying thing, but you got IT to provide them. Oh, a Linux religion is like, well, if you have a religion and you're that into Linux and whatever, couldn't you just install it yourself on the laptop? Stories on Reddit. Oh, right. Well, if someone wrote it on Reddit, that definitely happened. Wiggins says, I think maybe some of it is probably ASCII. Probably, maybe, a little bit. And C. Alright. That what we're going for? American National Standards Institute. Yeah, that... Oh, those are the people who made ASCII? Mimpa Dumpling says, compose keys are the best. The only emojis I use. And my favorite compose is plus C plus C plus C plus P is the... Oh, nice. Hammer and sickle. Is that a hammer? Hammer and sickle? I don't remember. Looks like a hammer. XME says it's often $50 or $100 or higher, but when your goal is $0 for everyone, for scaling purposes, a few dollars make a big difference. Wait. But I thought I misunderstood XME. I thought it was $8 to register the religion. That's a one-time cost, right? And if you want to provide it for other people to utilize, then you pay it, and then no one else has to pay it, right? Oh, but I see. Then there's the... People might not want to be dependent on your religion and make their own. Minpie Dumpling says, no, it was a work-provided laptop. Yeah, that makes sense. They only provided Windows. Yeah, but like, if you have a Linux religion or whatever, can't you just install Linux on that laptop yourself? XNV says, why do you need to register? Right, XNV says, to bring open source methodology offline. It is functionally prevented through every other route, including non-profits. What do you mean offline? AFK Moonpie Dumplings. You know when you take your hands away from the keyboard and step away? And do stuff AFK. Some people call it IRL as well. You've heard of it? The graphics are great, but the storyline leaves a little bit to be desired. The gameplay is pretty sluggish as well, I think. But, Minpie Dumpling says that woman already got what she wanted without a registered religion. I feel like we're comparing apples and oranges here, though, Moonpie Dumplings. In addition to that, third parties like the Green Party in USA advocate for Libre software. Yeah, I find it weird that so many governments do not use Libre software. It's pretty weird that they are so dependent on companies like Microsoft Another one says that ANSI is basically a character extension to ASCII. Alright, and then we have, if we just look at the names, what does UTF stand for? Unicode Standard. Wait, no, that's... Here we go. Unicode Transformation Format. Extended... Oh, it is extended ASCII. It's all American, isn't it? It seems like it's still the same people, right? Doing this stuff. Maybe. XNV says it is a one-time cost for my particular version of the religion, but if anyone wants a schism or a fork, they need their own. Exactly. That's a problem. Moonpie Dumpling says, that's not very copyleft. I don't think there is a Linux religion. But Satanism would probably be open to Libre software ideals. In addition to that, there is copyism. Nice, I've heard of that one before. But that's not Libre software specifically. It's not, yeah. XNV says, what do you mean offline? Like, imagine a project that they give free food or electricity to everyone like GNU Linux gives everyone a free operating system. Kind of makes sense. I wouldn't say like GNU and Linux give everyone a free operating system. I would say it's like similar because you can't just copy an Apple, right? I mean, I wish we could, but... Moonpie Dumplings says UBI, socialized healthcare, food and electricity. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of UBI. I think UBI is one of the most important political questions in the world right now. One of the most important ones. And that we should implement UBI yesterday. Alright, after a bit of wait... Finally got to this. After a bit of wait since the Wine 8.0 release, Valve has now released Proton 8.0, the latest version of their Windows translation layer for the Steam Deck and Linux desktop. This is the tool that runs some of the most popular games around. Plenty of the changes will have already been in Proton Experimental, but Proton 8 is the latest stable version that eventually the majority of Windows games will move over to use. According to the Twitter post from Valve developers Pierre Lou Griffey. Oh, that pronunciation though. Proton Experimental will see an update this week too. Now noted to be playable wait, there was nothing special, it was just a big new fancy update with some new stuff. Oh, look at this. I mean, I played Neo 2 before, it had some issues, but maybe since it says like this, maybe you can actually finally watch the videos in Neo, because that didn't work, right? I don't think it did work. Maybe Neo, yeah, Neo 1 will probably work as well. I've been feeling the itch to play Neo 1 again a couple of, I felt like Neo 2 was fine, but I think I enjoyed Neo 1 better than Neo 2. No. XNV says you can copy a process that produces an apple and implement it. Yeah, that's why I use the word similar XNV, because you can't copy it exactly, right? Like, if you grow an apple, if someone grows an apple in December where they live, I can't just go outside in December and grow apples here because, well, here it's winter in December. Other places there might not be, right? So you can implement or your own version of the process, if you will. It was just me being semantic, right? It's not the same, but it is similar. Wiggins says that food and electricity are probably way more resource incentive to scale than software, unfortunately. That was kind of my point, yeah, Wiggins. However, like most governments and, well, most countries, most places in the world has decided, right, that, well, there is food, electricity, and there is a home, right? Food and shelter is usually what I grab, but electricity is a good one as well. But I feel like most places in the world have decided, well, our people should not starve, and they should have a place to sleep. And if you have decided that as a country, then why not just implement UBI, right? As an easy way to do that. You have enough food, you have enough money for food and shelter, and electricity, maybe. If you have decided that no one should ever starve or freeze to death or whatever. Moonpie Dumpling says, but it should be noted that they are less expensive than people think. Yeah. We make enough food to feed 11 billion, just so much is wasted or improperly distributed. Yeah, I would say like 11 billion is not enough, right? Why not go to the excess? Because food, we can just, like, wasted food is not really a problem, right? We can just toss it on the ground again and it rots and we can grow new food from the old food. So why not grow and make enough food for 20 billion? We have an abundance of food. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Maybe, I don't even know. And he says, that's the point. Make things easier to scale in the offline world. Exactly. And Wiggins says that it's easier said than done, food, electricity. I mean, in my country, not a lot of people starve to death, so it is easier said than done. And politics is complicated, right? I think that's a big problem today, is that people... I mean, we have the technology and we have the knowledge to do a bunch of stuff. We just don't have the political power to do it done. The problem is not actually growing an apple or an apple tree or whatever. The problem is organizing people to grow enough apples and distribute all those apples, right? Yeah. That's the problem. So it's a political problem rather than a technical one. Like, if you want to build a system that gives free food to everybody, that's completely fine, but how are you gonna pay for it? Like, how are you politically gonna achieve this? How are you gonna involve enough people into your project? That's where the problem is. Not like, pick up a seed, put it in the ground. That's not the difficult part. Difficult part is organizing people. Always is. Moonpie Dumpling says also, what if the process to produce the apple is copyrighted? Devil emoji, yeah, exactly. XME says currently there are lots of rent seekers, gatekeepers, and corrupt institutions that block scaling. Gotta make those money. And I'm 5 minutes behind chat. I'm trying to catch up. Can we slow down the chat a little bit? 5 minutes behind, just a little bit for my sake. Thank you, please. Moonpie Dumpling says, and there are already many movements seeking to tear them down. I always say, I don't find it very impressive than when you just want to tear something down instead of improving on it, right? Isn't it better to build something rather than to tear something down, right? And that's kind of what I like with what XNV is doing. They're building something up, trying to create something. Make life better by building something rather than just tearing other people's work down. Moonpie Dumpling says, I just don't see the connection between this and the Libre software movement. Oh, it's... The connection is that you take an open source mindset and you take a free and open source society instead of free and open source software. Just an extension of the way of thinking, if you will. XNV says non-using open source methodology that I've found. When Pie Dumplings is elaborate, I don't get it. Actually, I get it a little bit. I can see the point in advocating for things like a benevolent dictator for life as a leadership method. But I still don't get a lot of it. I would think that XNV is doing it the opposite way. Like the open source, like you start a project from the bottom. You don't have a dictator in the top. That's the way I've understood it, at least. Not the cathedral, but the bazaar, if you have heard of those. Yeah, the schism part I mentioned earlier is a big part of it. Yeah, you can just fork it. That's actually, you don't copy it, you fork it. Good point, or schism it. Minpie Dumpling says of being able to create forks of movements, essentially. But the issue is that when dealing with political support, this dilutes support for a movement. And maybe that's a good thing? Like, when people disagree, isn't it better that they do go their separate ways? Like, if you have a schism in a movement, isn't it better that we do split up instead of trying to manipulate the other people to do our thing? It's better to split it up and you do you and we do us in our own way. And again, the way I understood it, it's not that you need support from up on high to build stuff. It's more that grassroots kind of, yeah, the grassroots kind of methodology where you start building something from the ground up. Minpie Dumpling says, and in addition to that, when dealing with the real-world resources like limited funds for advertising, it will be even harder to get support. And that's kind of the thing, though, that I used the example of building a bridge, right? You find a bunch of people, you go to the local political meet and say, I want a bridge over this. Actually, we do have a bridge that we're gonna build here later in the game, probably. You show up, ask some people, hey, you guys want a bridge? Let's build a bridge. And then people locally do build a bridge. However, it would be good to have bridge building guides and standards available to you. Like, how do we build a bridge? That makes sense? Another one says, we already have a free food programs. Exactly. It's not free food for everyone always. All the time, but it's good enough to cover the people who need it most. I would say that everybody needs food. That's just my 5 cents, is that everybody needs food. And that's the thing, a lot of people, when they hear UBI, they think that, I have my salary and I'm gonna get UBI on top of that, but when I think about it, I think that, you have your salary today, we're going to cut part of your salary out and replace that with UBI, so you don't actually get more money tomorrow compared to today. Well, hopefully a little bit, because more money to the people is a good thing, but over time, that would be the goal. Maybe when you've done that, it's like, wow, I only get this much money from my job, and then maybe you can quit if you don't like your job. And that's great for you, isn't it? Because fuck your job. Dealing with political support dilutes support. XNV says, does it? Look at Linux. It's diluted because people build their own distros and fork them. Doesn't seem like it. Since they're open and good ideas are shared. Well, all of those are Linux. Compare Linux and BSD XNV. I mean, you necessarily dilute it. What if I want to make a new kernel? You don't really have a lot of support to create that, because you... there is an argument to be made that, yeah, we do lose support for the movement, but maybe that's a good thing. Because Linux is a bit monolithic at the moment, and it would be a good, I think, to maybe dilute this and maybe have something else as well available to us. Wiggins says, throw caution to the wind and skim the chat, read with reckless abandon. I usually don't. I think that's a response to me being 5 minutes behind. I'm 6 minutes behind now, so we still haven't slowed down. Maybe it's me who's slowing down and not faster. Nerdon says, I heard you're a bit behind on the chat, so I wanted to post this distraction message for you to read. There's nothing of substance here, just a distraction, and I wonder how long I can keep typing and going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. He actually only said on twice. Moonpie Dumpling says, with software, the software is the means of production. Oh, I fucking hate that term. Means of production? Fucking hate it. Why can't we just own things, objects? No, what's that word I used? Products. Why can't we own products? Why the fuck does everybody want us to own the means of production? I've never heard a good argument for it. I've gotten pissed off every time I see it, because the means of production, that means owning people, right? Yeah. You could get to the means of production is owning people. And it's an abstraction, right? Means of production, what the fuck is that anyway? It's an abstraction that where you are allowed to bring in a bunch of stuff that I would that I don't want you to own. Like people, like land. Stupid owning land and people. Why not just own products instead? Makes way more sense. That feels like a fucking trickery. Someone made that shit up, and it just has so many negative consequences. Alright, software is the means of production. It can be infinitely copied and distributed among infinitely many groups without losing function. Exactly. I suppose one thing, if we remove the ownership of the means of production, you can no longer own software, because software is not a product. It's not a physical thing that exists in the world. Which is a great thing, right? That's preferable, isn't it? On the other hand, says Moonpie Dumplings, if less people own capital, it dilutes the power. Wait, if less people own capital, isn't it the other way? If less people own capital, it centralizes power, because it's the people who actually own capital who gets the power. And I think I misunderstood that bit. Wiggins says, as someone who recently learned to code, although I'm bad at it. Oh, that's me, Wiggins. I'm the same, yeah. I recently learned to code, and I'm not very good at it. I can assure you that code does not write itself. That's not true anymore, Wiggins. You know how you can get better at coding? Just use ChatGPT and do the code for you, so you don't have to code yourself. So the code will just write itself if you just tell ChatGPT. Well, it still won't write itself, because you have to tell GPT in natural language what you want it to do, but still. More and more, it does more and more get automated, right? Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what we want. Automate everything. Fantastic. Moonpie Dumpling says, so, like, if one group owns a certain amount of capital, could be monetary or political, they split, the existing groups would be weaker. Yeah, and that's a good thing, isn't it? Moonpie Dumplings? Monolithic and big fucking groups, isn't that a big problem in this world? That we have these big monolithic dictatorships, like Putin and his cohorts just warring like shit on another country, for example. I feel like the more we do centralization, the more problems with corruption arise. And that's kind of, if you go the bizarre route, you get less and less power, and isn't that the democratic way to do things? I mean, I'm a big fan of democracy, right? That means that the power should be in the hands of people, not big institutions. So a move towards more decentralization in this context, I like talking about distributed politics. Isn't that preferable? Maybe. XNV says, I don't know, GPT-4? Yeah, code writing itself, eh? OpenAI is GPT is very interesting. It is indeed. Moonpie Dumplings asks XNV, are you suggesting we use ChatGPT to generate more filler/distraction messages? Wait, what? Missed that context. Wiggins says that GPT-4 can write some code, it can solve problems, but it can fill out boilerplate stuff. Oh, wait, it can't solve problems. I mean, you can use it as a tool to solve problems, for sure. XME says, oh yeah, you meant responding to the code does not write itself comment. Exactly. Wiggins says that a means of productions, I always took that to mean capital. Why not just call it a product? Can't capital be a product? Actually, I want to see. Wiki means of production. The term that describes land, labor, and capital. Owning land is bullshit. Owning labor is bullshit. Capital that can be used to produce products. Why can't we just have ownership of products and fuck all that other stuff? We can own products. Not services, because owning services is stupid as well. Alright, let's own goods. There we go. Fuck all, well, capital, is that money? In economics, goods or capital are those durable produced goods that are in turn used as productive inputs for further production. Yeah, we don't need these inputs for further production, right? We need to be able to own money and goods, and nothing else. Because owning land is stupid, owning labor is stupid, owning services is stupid. It's all stupid, right? Yeah, I'm so far behind. Wait, how far behind am I? I don't even know. Where were we? Moonpie Dumpling says in response to, why can't we just own products? Because there needs to be a distinction between owning private property and personal property. I mean, why can't... I mean, an organization can own property and a person can own property. I don't see why we have to own labor for that, right? You can own the factory. You can own the machine in the factory. Those are goods, right? You can own a 3D printer at home. You can own a 3D... The organization you work for can own a 3D printer. I don't see... I don't understand what you mean with that, Moonpie Dumplings. Moonpie Dumplings continues, and yes, I would consider when companies do things like hold healthcare over the head of their employees as owning people. Not as brutal as slavery. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Some people... There are perspectives that look at it as more brutal as slavery. I disagree, but you can do some mental gymnastics. But a severe lack of freedoms. XNV says, I don't think OpenBSD and others dilute things like other systems because open source is far more positive sum. A vote for OpenBSD isn't a vote against Linux. Some people use both and target both, for example. Well, if you spend your time working and developing OpenBSD or just using OpenBSD or giving money to OpenBSD, that's money that you may have given to Linux if OpenBSD didn't exist, right, XNV? So I could see how there is a dilution going on, but I don't consider the dilution necessarily like something I don't like. Wiggins are getting triggered by how far I am behind. I am 5 minutes behind, so not 6 anymore, only 5 minutes behind. Moonpie Dumpling says, I don't think the open source model of governance works in the real world. As long as we aren't going fully digital, things like the benevolent dictator for life only work because of the internet instance. Benevolent dictator, I think that doesn't work. I think the benevolent dictator necessarily won't work over time. Because people are corrupt. We're all corrupt, so whoever you put as the benevolent dictator is gonna do some bullshit that other people don't like. And I think it's not same and similar we're talking about here, Moon Pie Dumplings. The open source model, my understanding is that it's a inspiration for these ideas. It's not that, oh, we have this idea and we're just gonna implement it on the world. No, it's more an inspiration for how could we be more open and distributed in how we do our governing. And I mean, this stuff is not going to happen in our lifetimes, but I still think it's worthwhile to consider, like, what do we want society to look like in 100 years from now? Moonpie Dumpling says, personal property stuff like your house that you live in. Private property are houses bought solely for the purpose of renting them out. Right. So, both of those can be considered goods, right? Both those houses can still be considered products. It's still like, why do we have to differentiate between the two? It's a house and we have another house. Sure, we can differentiate the two because, oh, this house does not have a, well, renting it out. But let's say a factory. Oh, this does not have a bedroom, for example. This house does not have a kitchen. This house have a kitchen, and we can differentiate the two like that. But I don't see the private and the personal ownership, right? We separate it because one is owned by some sort of organization, right? And the other is owned by a person. Isn't that how we differentiate the two? XNV says BDFL is only one open source method, and the principles is you can be BDFL anytime you want. Just fork and rename the project. There you go. I don't know what BDFL is, but yeah, open and distributed, right? Moonpie Dumpling says, when a product becomes a tool to make money, it becomes capital. Alright, so capital is a stupid idea then. Yeah, it's this. Inputs for further production. Like, the idea of capital, like, I'm a big fan of money. Like, having money to trade goods and services, that makes sense to me. I'm not arguing against that. But, like, I feel like if I buy a hammer and I build a chair, if I sell that chair or don't sell that chair, I don't see how the hammer itself should be treated any differently because I sell the chair or I don't sell the chair. Like, why the fuck would the hammer be treated differently? It's still just a fucking hammer. Isn't that stupid? I feel like there's something I'm missing here. Wiggins says that capital is just the stuff you need to produce a good. For example, the capital needed to make food is a tractor, plow, seeds, herbicides, insecticides, fertilizer, center, pivot, irrigation, etc. All that stuff combined is capital. Yeah, why? Like, if you buy a tractor for fun, or if you buy a tractor to make food, I feel like, why should a tractor be treated differently because of those two things? That doesn't make sense to me. Moonpie Dumpling says, in response to money going into Linux could have gone into OpenBSD. It's kind of an indirect dilution, right? But the Linux devs work on OpenBSD as well. Work on one open source project often ends up work on one open source project often ends up in other projects. And that's fantastic, isn't it, Moonpie Dumplings? Moonpie Dumplings says Linux is ran by a benevolent dictator, though. So is Systemd and many other projects. I mean, you always end up in a... well, not always in a hierarchical structure, but like... I don't actually know. I'll take your word for it. Is Linus a dictator? What about the Linux Foundation? I thought the Linux Foundation makes decisions about stuff. And anyone can do a pull request, right? Sure, but I guess the benevolent dictator, that I feel like that doesn't represent, that's not really... I don't even know. Maybe that's why I'm a big fan of the dilution thing, that maybe I would be happy if someone made a fork of Linux and started maintain a Linux fork not under the control of Linus. Just to... Right? Imagine 20 years from now, let's say Linus dies tomorrow. Who takes Linus's place? How do we know they are gonna be benevolent? How do we know Microsoft won't just sweep in, just like they did with OpenAI, and just take control over the entire thing? And just rams it to the ground? Just destroys that? Well, they couldn't, because of someone could just fork it. But still, maybe we should dilute and fork before rather than after. Also, it's interesting calling Linus benevolent. He just cares about the code, luckily. Linus, yeah, the creator and maintainer of Linux. He named it after himself, Coleman. And now I'm way behind chat again. Wait, where am I at? I'm 7 minutes behind chat. We still haven't slowed down. Right. XNV says, for the religion idea, the cost for you to become a BDFL is $8 and maybe land. BDFL is benevolent... Oh. Benevolent dictator for life. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine this, right? Some projects could probably go for a benevolent dictator for life, right? That's probably fine for some projects, not so fine for others. Right? The police maybe should not have a benevolent dictator for life, while building a bridge or building a web browser, it might be fine to have a benevolent dictator for life. Moonpie Dumpling says, we need to differentiate between a house used for personal property and a house used for private property because the power dynamic it creates. The capital owner gains power over the capital user. Again, Moonpie Dumplings, I feel like I've already answered that by the word private and personal. Right? We differentiate that between the actual owner, not the property itself, right? You do that yourself. You're using the word private and you're using the word personal. And there are legal systems in place, where I live at least, that, like if you want to start selling stuff, you have to become a private entity. You can be a person that is also a private entity, but those two ownership needs to be separated. But the house itself, it's still just a house. So changing what the house is through some magic, I feel like it's excessive. Because the differentiation is already being made. So I don't know. Moonpie Dumplings is a good example of this, is why wage theft versus employee theft from bosses is handled. Right. One you're stealing from an organization, one you're stealing from a person. Again, I feel like private, personal does this distinction. Wage theft is a civil crime, employee must get a lawyer, make a case, etc. On the other hand, theft from bosses is a criminal crime. Well, in the US legal system at least. Yeah, if you do want to separate those two, and I would, right? I would do it the other way around, though, because I would always evaluate a private entity lesser than a personal entity, because I'm a big fan of democracy and whatnot, and I like people more than abstract companies, right? It's just, fuck those companies. The people we should care about. But I feel like that distinction, however you want to deal with that distinction, that's not up to me, right? I'm a big fan of democracy, so it depends on what the democracy says about that. But still, the distinction is already being made. The differentiation is already being made by just using the words and the concepts of personal and private. In Pie Dumplings, similar things happened for rented houses. There are many protections for landlords from renters and almost none the other way around. That sounds awful. This power imbalance, mostly caused by generational wealth, is unjust. I mean, life is not fair, but it's also unjust to deny people personal property. I would always personally, I would value personal property over private property any day of the week. And I kind of feel like this whole deal also creates, it helps creating consumerism, and I'm not a big fan of consumerism, right? Because for some reason the capital is worth more than the good or the product. Which, I guess that's part of what bothers me. Moonpie Dumpling says in response to, doesn't the Linux Foundation has power as well? No, all their power is granted to them by Linus. Oh, would you look at that? Anyone can make a pull request, but he can deny any pull request. But if he were to abuse this power, then he would be removed instantly, which doesn't happen in the real world. And if he were to abuse his power, you could just fork Moonpie Dumplings, right? And that's the point with the benevolent dictator, because sure, Linus sits with all the power, but like he doesn't read all the pull requests. He has someone else, like there is some oversight trying to make sure. I remember seeing that there was some university that put some malicious code into the kernel, and they got fucking banned. The whole university got banned, right? But you have trusted contributors that usually don't get a lot of oversight otherwise. So that's why I said it wasn't super fair, because Linus is not acting necessarily as a dictator. Linus could act, or, well, that's kind of what you're saying, though. Linus couldn't act like a dictator because Linus would be removed. Linus would, or Linux would be forked, right? So, benevolent dictator for life? Not really. Kind of yes, in theory, but not in practice. That makes sense? If Linus dies, he has another benevolent dictator set up. I forgot their name. Yeah. And he has another. Very nice, very nice. So, yeah, in theory, yes. In practice, no. That makes sense? Almost is Linus tech support? I don't think... Well, maybe he does some tech support in life, probably. Wiggins says, I've never actually edited the Linux kernel, but it should be freely available to fork or modify to your heart's content. Yeah, exactly. Goldman says, actually, I thought it was just some guy named Linus who just fixed computers or something. Nope. Linus Tech Tips? I don't like him, yeah. Linus Torvalds. He's Finnish. He's from Finland. Yeah. Wiggins says, can I speculate wildly? Oh, yes, please do. Noam Chomsky. Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. Man, Noam Chomsky has been very popular. I've heard that name pop up all over the place when I was studying at university. You may have heard of him. I have, yeah. He says that intelligence is fundamentally related to language. The two are inseparable, and Noam also hates ChatGPT. But what GPT has proved is that you can take only language and use nothing else and have some model of the world and an intelligence, if you will. I think a lot of people would disagree with that because a lot of people consider intelligence, they use the IQ, right? They use IQ as a metric for intelligence, and there is no language in the IQ test. Well, I suppose there is a little bit of language. It says, all right, what comes next? And then you just get to see a pattern that is not a language. Pattern recognition, a lot of people consider is intelligence. So, of course, Noam Chomsky, a linguist, by the way, would say that intelligence is dependent on language. Because of course he would say that because he has spent his life looking blindly at language. That's his basis, right? Just like if you ask a chemist would say that chemistry is fundamentally related to language. I'm not saying necessarily that Noam Chomsky is wrong, I'm just saying that, oh man, of course a linguist would say that, just like a chemist would say that intelligence is chemical, and an engineer would say that it's about decision making or whatever. I don't even know, right? But it's not very impressive hearing a linguist saying that intelligence is language. But I agree with Wiggins there. I think that's ironic and interesting. It is pretty interesting. Don't get me wrong, I've read some cool Noam Chomsky and I liked some of the stuff. I feel like it's been more and more political propaganda at his later years rather than actual trying to increase knowledge. I am not well read enough to make that statement, so don't take my word for that. That's just a feeling I've got from somewhere. I don't even know. Coleman says, I feel like stealing from a bank or other large companies would be way less evil than stealing from someone's house, because most, if not all, the assets you steal from a bank or company are insured, so they will get that money back anyways. And it's kind of a victimless crime as well, Coleman, because you're not stealing from an actual person, you're stealing from an abstract organization that doesn't really have feelings, so their feelings won't get hurt, and they won't feel pain because they don't have feelings. It's just an abstract structure. So, to add to that, Coleman, yeah. Coleman says, and even if, what's $10,000 loss for a multi-million-dollar company than to a few individuals? Yeah. Interesting comparison, though. What's $10,000 to me and to Elon Musk if you steal from a person? I would evaluate those differently as well, I suppose. Because context always matters, I suppose. Moonpie Dumpling says, I don't believe in this take on Noam Chomsky, that language is inherent to all intelligence. You've seen it in humans after severe brain injuries. They can partially or fully lose oral language capabilities and only sometimes relearn them, all the while keeping their intelligence. Yeah. Oh, and have you seen all those videos about intelligence in octopi? So, that's so fucking cool. I highly recommend that. Just, they are so it's crazy. They're very intelligent, aren't they? XNV says that Chomsky's criticisms of ChatGPT were hilariously bad. He's old, right? His brain is not all there. He's lost some of his intelligence. He maybe still has his words, but not his intelligence. Oh man, that happens with age, doesn't it? Wiggins says, yeah, I've heard and seen evidence of the language stuff, although I'm certainly not an expert. Indeed, oh, actually, that works. I am not a linguist. Wait, I'm not an intelligent Who studies intelligence? Psychologists? No. That's interesting that there is no like field of science just called intelligence, is there? There are a lot of people who study intelligence through different definitions, right? Psychology is a big one, and computer science is a big one. Mathematics is probably a big one as well. Well, coding. Well, computer science, is that it? Yeah, like doing AI, for example, or decision trees. Definitely mathematics. Right, where were we? I've seen evidence of that, although I'm certainly not an expert, but it is really peculiar that GPT can derive intelligence from nothing more than statistical analysis of language. Right. And I think that's a problem. I think that's where we run into problems. How do you define intelligence? What is intelligence? And I think that's kind of the problem with the whole thing. Exactly. Because intelligence has been defined in many ways. Right? So depending on your definition of intelligence, maybe you can derive intelligence from what ChatGPT is doing. In other definitions, maybe not. Like, I don't know. I don't think they have the capacity for, well, actually, no, they have shown the capacity for abstraction. They've shown logic. It certainly behaves as if it does understand, and I'm a pragmatist, right? It doesn't matter if it has qualia or yeah. I don't think it shows self-awareness, but the other ones, I would argue that they do. Learning, yes. Emotional knowledge. Oh, that's interesting. How do you define emotional knowledge? Because kinda. Reasoning, planning, yes. Creativity, yes. Critical thinking is also vague. Problem solving, yes. So, interesting. Statistical analysis of language. Yeah, GPT is interesting. AI is very interesting. Moonpie Dumpling says, it's not really intelligent, though. It's not really intelligent, though shown by how it keeps lying when I'm trying to research stuff. Oh, it keeps lying? Like, damn it, just tell me the truth. I mean, I don't think... Oh, that is something. Like, if we're evaluating GPT, I don't think it can be truthful. Yeah, I don't think it has intent. Right? ChatGPT has not shown intent in any of their behavior. So it is not lying to you or telling the truth to you. That is not happening. Wiggin says, I'm fine with Noam Chomsky's political takes. Like most people who make political takes, I would assume that I agree with some of them, and I disagree with some of them. Holy shit. This was... fuck. I'm just gonna answer here. Oh man, it's jarring switching to Swedish just like that. Ugh. Whiplash. There we go. Moonpie Dumpling says it's 12 where I am. I'm getting tired. I have chores as well, so I need to log off. Bye, guys. Good night. Oh, fuck. They're probably already gone. But thanks for hanging out, and have a good one. Yeah. Coleman says, yeah, dementia is BIH. I don't know what BIH means. Nodon says, it's not lying. You're attached to human attributes to a large language module that simply predicts the next word in a chain of words. Exactly. It doesn't have intent, and we were talking about that yesterday, that without intent, there is no lying, right? Maybe. Coleman says, honestly, until we learn a lot more about the brain and sentience itself, then trying to define intelligence is a bit like trying to explain how the sun looks and feels while no one there has ever seen or felt the sun. That's interesting though, Coleman, because we had that conversation like a week or 2 or 3 ago. And right now is a great opportunity to study the idea of sentience and intelligence, because the question is being awry. Like, just by talking about AI at the moment, that question comes to our mind, and we can use ChatGPT to help us define what we actually mean when we say these things, right? That the concepts themselves evolve in the context we find ourselves. So we do work and try to figure out what we mean when we say these things. So, yes, I agree with you, Coleman. At the same time, it is a great opportunity to try and define what we mean in context. That makes sense? XMV says there isn't any more evidence for or definitions for sentience than there is for a soul. Oh, except Rene Descartes. I mean, a lot of people would argue this, right? This as evidence for sentience. I think a lot of people would do that. Qualia. In philosophy of mind, qualia are defined as individual instances of subjective conscious experience. And, I mean, if we're going back to old philosophy with, what's his face? Descartes? Think, therefore I am. That whole methodology was, there is one thing I cannot deny, and that is that I have conscious experience. And some people would argue that is evidence for sentience. But right? It all depends on how you define sentience. If you don't have a clear definition of sentience, then you don't know. But in my mind, when I hear the word sentience, this is one of the first things that comes to mind for me, and that's how I would define sentience. This would be at the core of it, if you will. Coleman says, yeah, same thing when I watch something on YouTube in a language I can't understand for a couple of minutes, and then go back to a language you do know. Fucks up your brain for a bit. Yeah. Man, I know, like, proper, what was that called? No, what's that? When you speak 2 languages as one. One of my cousins do that, because she was raised speaking English and Swedish, so she interchange. It's just like, they're kind of the same language to her. It's just synonyms for different words. I have a little bit of that. But they're more ingrained with each other. I remember reading that in neuroscience, actually, that the later you start learning a new language, like if you start in your teens learning a new language, it actually, physically in the brain, it looks like they have separate areas. But if you, as a young child, learn two different languages, they are ingrained into each other, and they are side by side when you learn later in life. He says, so sentience is dependent on qualia, which is dependent on conscious experience. I mean, qualia is conscious experience, which is dependent on both consciousness and experience. Of all those, I'd only say only one I'd say has the potential for a better definition than a soul is experience. Yeah, experience. Soul, I kind of glossed over soul because that's a religious idea. Well, some of the religions have the concept of soul, and I don't find it very useful, so I skipped the whole soul bit. Yeah, experience would be the... yeah, conscious experience. Subjective. Actually, subjective experience. You could probably take the word conscious away from it. I mean, you know, right? When you look at this, you know what the experience is like. You get an experience, right? You can't deny that you are having an experience. And it's completely your own because you don't know for a... like, you can't be 100% certain that I have the same or even a similar experience. You don't even know that I have an experience, and that's the idea of qualia. And that's what Descartes said, right? You cannot deny it, because that would be... that doesn't make sense. If you experience the red, then, like, who is no, what is that? I can deny the existence of everything except my own experience because, well, who is the denier, right? Who is trying to do the denying? I exist. That makes sense? Right, so let's read this again. So sentience is dependent on qualia, which is dependent on conscious experiences. You might be able to take conscious away from that and just say experiences. It's more vague, right? It's a definition, whatever that thing that you're feeling inside of yourself, right? Which you cannot deny because that would be... it wouldn't work. Which is dependent on both consciousness and experience. Of all of those, the only one I'd say has potential for a better definition than a soul is experience. Yeah, exactly. In the same sense that ChatGPT experiences data during training before it can predict new data. That's... you can't make that statement, though, from the argument that I'm doing about qualia. Because you don't know that ChatGPT has qualia. To be fair, you don't know that I have qualia either. You do a pragmatist assumption that I have qualia. But I wouldn't make that same assumption about ChatGPT. Because I can get ChatGPT to say... because ChatGPT does not have intent, that means that ChatGPT cannot tell the truth or cannot tell a lie, which means I cannot evaluate if ChatGPT has qualia at all. I can imply that if you have... yeah, it's still an assumption that you have intent, but it's way easier to make the assumption that you have intent than ChatGPT, right? There is a category difference here, isn't there? XNV says that cogito ergo sum is circular, but that's a bigger issue with individualism. How do you mean it's circular? I always feel like the English translation is terrible because it doesn't simplify the actual thought process, right? I think, therefore I am. It's more like I experience, therefore I am, would be a better... yeah. Which in Latin actually works, right? Cognition, therefore existence. That would be a literal translation from Latin, right? Cognition, therefore existence. I, therefore I. Yeah, right? And that's kind of the point, X and V. You cannot deny the I. Because it is a one-to-one. That's a bigger issue with individualism. I don't understand individualism, how you brought that in. I don't understand the context of this. Coleman says, damn, I wanted to say something about sapience and sentience, but I forgot. Easy stuff that happens. A lot of people still assume you and I have souls too. Yeah. And I can deny that. Like, if I have the statement, I have a soul, I can deny that statement pretty easily. But my own existence, I cannot. Actually, I would say not I, therefore I would say I, therefore I exist. Define the I, it's the observer, right? The thing that you are. Your whole experience. Like, you are in there, right? Are you gonna tell me that, oh no, I'm not in here? That thing. The I. That's the whole point of the cogito ergo sum. It is in there. I am in here. I am here somewhere. I like mac and cheese. I'm not lying when I say that. Right? From my point of view, I am not lying. So I deny the I. Right. So then we're to the philosophical zombie, right? Actually, how? I'm curious. No. Because I don't understand that. How do you deny the I? Because who is doing the denying? Who and how? Maybe that's the circular definition, because it's begging the question, right? When I ask who is, I'm begging the question. Aren't I? That's the point of the circularness of the thing. I would say that's a semantic argument, though. I would still say that, well, whatever it is that I call I, like, the experience still exists. I look at this and I have the feeling of red. Qualia still exists. I can agree that logic and language and understanding of what it is and how to describe it is a problematic one. But I don't deny the existence, because I fucking can't, because I see the black, I see the red, I experience it. The experience does exist. Which is uniquely subjective. Holman says, but I think it was something about how being sapient is one level above... Wait. Oh, being sapient is one level above being sentient. Which is one level above just being alive. Well, I would probably, like, I don't even know what sentience is anymore because I'm getting confused from this conversation. It's a good time, though. I'm having a good time. But I would probably do it the other way around, like, because octopi are sentient, aren't they? Depending on the definition. XNV says that the word I is conceptual and not demonstrated to be an intrinsic part of reality. Quite the contrary, we have a lot of evidence cognition is a result of electrical signals between many cells, which can still have their own life cycle, including cell death, or partially separate, etc., and still functioning in a way that we regard as individual. And all of those, all of those statements you just did are dependent on subjective conscious experience. Without experience, without looking at the pictures, you are dependent on that experience. All those statements that you say are dependent on qualia, right? None of those statements exists without the observer. Yeah. Like, the evidence, what evidence? All evidence is dependent on you having an experience of the evidence. And that's Descartes' thing, right? That you cannot get to where you want to go without having necessarily to accept that, oh, I observed. Right? Woman says, that's all I remember. Question. Wiggins says, does math exist? Right. The way I look at the world, the way I understand the world, yes. Because I take a Kantian view about I exist, subjective experience, whatever I is, alright, subjective experience exists, and in subjective experience, I write this. And since my mind exists, the stuff in my mind also exists. Necessarily. That makes sense, Wiggins? XNV says, how do we know that you're not a philosophical zombie? That's the point. You don't. And I use the word assumption, right? I assume that you are not. And most of us do. But I do agree that that is an assumption. A pragmatic assumption, to be fair. Actually, that's how I do it. I assume it from a pragmatic point of view that, oh, it certainly looks to me that you move with intent and that you do have feelings and that you do have something similar to the experience that what I have. It looks like that to me, therefore I assume that you do. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's a pragmatic assumption that I make, and I feel like it's a safe assumption to make. And when I ask you, you tell me, well, most people, except you, X and me, claim not to be a philosophical zombie. I claim not to be a philosophical zombie, and I would assume most other people as well would not claim to be a philosophical zombie. Philosophical zombie. Right. It was a long time ago. A philosophical zombie argument is a philosophical thought experiment which conceptualizes a hypothetical being that is physically identical to and indistinguishable from a normal person, but does not have experience, conscious experience. They do not have qualia, exactly. Yeah. And I feel like if I punch you in the face and you say, ow, I make the pragmatist evaluation that, oh, that looks like pain. Because if I get punched in the face, I react similarly, and therefore I'm gonna just draw the assumption from a philosophical standpoint that you do have conscious experience. I mean, science itself, right? You were talking about, where was it? Evidence before, right? What is evidence? Scientific evidence. But not looking at something that happens repeatedly and then doing a pragmatic assumption, right? When I drop the thing, it will fall down. Why do I believe that? Because I've seen it happen so many times, and I draw the assumption that it's gonna happen again. It's similar, not the same, but similar. Wiggins says, by definition, you cannot be a Pete zombie. I cannot be a Pete zombie. Yeah, I cannot be a Pete zombie. And that's the word that's in question, right? The I. But actually, Wiggins, that... if I understand correctly, XNV would say that that would be begging the question. I cannot be a Pete zombie from definition, which means that the I is a circular kind of definition. That I assume the existence of I, and therefore I exists. If I understand XNV's point of view properly. Coleman says, but another thing that is kind of related, vegans, like actually hardcore vegans who go out and talk about the animal holocaust, which is actually fucking disgusting to even think about, that you would compare an actual genocide to some fucking animals being killed for food. It's just actually horrible. Is it though? Do you mean like they are minimizing the actual history of genocide, diluting the idea of the Holocaust? Yeah, I can see how you could feel that disgusting. At the same time, well, I actually don't think... I mean, we don't systematically genocide any species. Like, let's say pigs, for example, or cows. There are way more cows and pigs that exist today than maybe 1,000 years ago because of us eating them and domesticating them, right? We're not trying to get rid of all the cows, and so categorically I would say they are different, but I suppose there is a similarity in the systematic murdering of multiple of them. Systematic killing, let's not call it murdering. Let's say the systematic killing for whatever X reason, right? The slaughterhouses. So I can see why one would make that comparison. Like, they are not the same, but there are a similarity. The slaughterhouse and the gas chambers, right? There are some similarities, but I see your point, Coleman, that it is kind of how people would consider that distasteful. That that hardcore comparison. A lot of people find a lot of comparison with the Nazis distasteful. XNV says, I view... Who is this I, XNV? I view souls, consciousness, and sentience, etc. as assumptions in the same sense. I think experience has more wiggle room in the sense that the universe actually happens, and so ChatGPT experience really trained on data, molecules in order for other quantum... ChatGPT experience data it is trained on molecules experience influence from other molecules, packets of the wave function, and the universe experience and other... I think I get where the... I've repeated this. I feel like the last couple of months I've repeated this. Not seeing the forest for all the trees. I think we're back to this. I think we're back to the not seeing the forest for all the trees. reality, when we look at it, exists in many different tiers. Similar to what I think Coleman was already onto this before, right? That do you deny the existence of the forest because you look at a tree and all the stuff that it happens? Well, the forest is a human, it exists in the mind, just like the unicorn or the, I don't remember, oh, the maths or whatever. But the idea of qualia, it's a philosophical idea. It's a philosophical mental idea. Philosophy of mind. Right? And you're comparing philosophy of mind to molecules. Molecules are not relevant in the philosophy of mind. Right? Just like the mind is not relevant in the study of molecules. One is talking about philosophy with a psychological bent. One is talking about quantum physics. And the word experience have two very different definitions in those two different contexts, right? And I feel like that's pretty telling that you use the word experience like that, because it's, you have moved the conversation from, or, well, it's not moved, that's not fair. We have discussed these topics from two different contexts, right? I come from a philosophy of mind idea, right? From philosophical ideas. Kantian ideas about noumenon and phenomenon. You come from a scientific point of view that includes quantum physics and stuff like that, and that doesn't really work. Just like we've talked about that before, that a lot of people, when we talk psychology, they start talking about the brain, and I'm like, well, we're not talking about the brain, we're not talking biology here, we're talking about psychology. And psychology is the study of mind, not the study of the brain. Sure, a branch of psychology does study the brain and draw comparisons to the study of mind, but at the end of the day, psychology is the study of mind. So when I hear people talk about sentience, when they talk about ChatGPT, I think, oh, sentience, I derive that from qualia and philosophy and psychology of mind and experience. Right? So I go into the conversation from that perspective. If you go in from the perspective of the natural sciences, biology, biology, physics, chemistry, there is no such thing as mind in those studies. It doesn't exist. Then of course, yeah, you're gonna find that ChatGPT doesn't have that, because from that perspective, those doesn't exist. And I would argue that it would be a mistake going into that conversation from that perspective. Because, yeah, again, not seeing the forest for all the trees, because we're talking about the forest. We're not talking about the trees. Does that make sense? So saying that molecules experience influence from other molecules, I mean, they get influenced by and they bump into each other, but that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about qualia. I'm saying that I don't think that a molecule has qualia. I just don't believe that. Does that make sense? Oh man, and now I'm 6 minutes behind chat again. Damn it! I went on a rant, but I feel like I hit the nail on the head why we have this disagreement here. Because of the different different perspectives we were coming from. Wiggins says, yeah, I guess it is circular in some sense, but I feel like I'm having an inner subjective experience. Yeah, exactly. I don't know whether anyone else is, but I definitely am. Exactly. And that, when you say that, Wiggins, that's not a scientific statement, right, Wiggins? That's just your experience subjective of life, right? You haven't done the science to do this. It's just your subjective conscious experience. It's something that happens in your mind. And I say the same, that I have that I feeling in my mind. And my mind does exist because it has to, right? Otherwise, what the fuck am I talking about? In the same way that unicorns do exist, because when I say the word unicorn, you get a picture or an idea in your mind, and that idea does exist, just like maths does exist in your mind. And that stuff is there, and denying it's there doesn't make any sense. It also doesn't make any sense to try and define them from a quantum physics perspective, because quantum physics, that methodology of observing the world, does not find consciousness or mind or experience. From that perspective, it does not exist. But and that's why mind is there is a primacy of mind, right? Because you cannot do science without the mind. Therefore, there is a primacy of subjective experience, conscious experience, that is required to actually do quantum physics. Nodron says, I have difficulty understanding the separation between humans and animals. We are animals, and life should be sacred. Well, I'm not religious. All the time, not just when it's convenient to us. I cannot disagree with that. I mean, that opinion. I see your point. Like, I saw a video yesterday about people using some tiny living worm thing, super tiny living creature, and they kind of gave it electrical shocks to make a video game, because they had like they created a plate where they could live in and go around and eat food, but then you can do electric shocks, and it was highly sensitive. It started moving depending on where you did the shock, and they made like a Pac-Man inspired game or whatever. And I'm like, that's kind of a dick move, isn't it? It's kind of a dick move. Is that? At the same time, right, if I'm home with my family and there's a home invasion and my dog attacks and I know my dog is gonna die, my dog, well, the family dog is worth less to me than my sister, for example. So I would say that it is the dog's responsibility and loyalty to sacrifice themselves for the family. And maybe I'm a dick, but that's just my opinion, right? That's how I see it. If I have to compare the two, that's what I do. Nonum says that doesn't mean you can't eat. It's a circle of life, right? Yeah, exactly. And that's usually when I talk about vegetarian, why I'm a vegetarian, it's not because the killing of animal. I'm completely fine with killing animals. The problem I have is the life of the animal, how poorly treated the cows and pigs are, and the mass production. And someone has told me, I don't know if that's true, but someone told me it's bad for the environment, and if that's it, it's just a bonus for being a vegetarian, I suppose. But yeah. XME says, what many people seem to focus on enough is that we are organisms that have adapted for survival and cooperation, which includes recognizing others of our own kind, generally including mammals more broadly, with some people feeling compassion for mosquitoes. Yeah, we're a very cooperative species, right? Something we've learned, that we're very cooperative, and our empathy that we have, that part of that empathy is what I used to assume, right? That's part of the pragmatic thing, right? I consider cooperation is a good thing, but empathy is also a way to assume that you have qualia, that you have a thing inside you, that you are not a philosophical zombie. Empathy is also part of that assumption, because at the end of the day, it is an assumption. But it is an assumption that, oh, I assume that you feel pain, therefore I don't want to cause you pain. Kind of, in that situation. Just like I don't want the cows feel pain, I don't want the mosquitoes to feel pain either. But also, you know what? A little bit, because fuck those mosquitoes just not respecting... They don't respect my personal space, and they fucking bite me. So, bite me. Coleman says, I think the problem is that they seem to think it's equal to it, and that killing and torturing and starving people have a much higher capacity for pain and distress to a cow. And that's fine, right, Coleman? People have different opinions, right? I think my dog is worth less than my sister, and maybe my sister think my dog is worth more than me. I don't know, but I mean, that's just an opinion, right? And throwing shade at that opinion, we disagree and we can talk about it and we can argue back and forth, but it's still... It's how they feel, and that is the truth, right? I know some of these extreme vegans, they feel more for animals than they do actual people. I remember my ex, he said that once, and it kind of sat badly with me, but he said like, oh, when I see an animal suffering on TV like a horse being tortured and died, it brings up more feelings. I feel worse than when I see people being tortured and murdered on TV. She kind of highlighted that was weird, but she did feel that way. And, I mean, some people feel that way. Thomas is just a hunk of meat which only eats grass and then the whole day and doesn't have any sort of actual higher brain functions. Yeah, I mean, we do care about children, right? They don't have higher brain functions like toddlers, but we do care about them way more than we care about adults that have way higher brain functions. Well, some people do, some people don't. Nodron says, just curious, have you actually spent any time with a cow? They're quite smart. They are quite smart, I suppose. But again, right, these are just opinions, feelings, how you feel about the thing, and I don't want to invalidate someone else's feelings. Still worth discussing the whole thing, right? Coleman says, just a hunk of meat. No, wait. Coleman says, I have never seen a cow have PTSD or any other distressing mental conditions. Meanwhile, I do know that there are tons of people with it. That's a thing, though. I have never seen a ChatGPT experience pain or distress. I have seen cows in distress, though, yeah. PTSD, not so much. Actually, I can draw a conclusion, though, because I'm pretty sure that Skywalker had PTSD from his childhood, because he was waking up with nightmares, right? So maybe. But it's more difficult because the communication difficulties were there. Nodron says they do have distressing mental conditions. Why are you cherry-picking PTSD, though? I think PTSD was just an example, right? Something that popped up. I mean, they definitely feel pain, physical pain, probably mental pain as well. I haven't seen cows mourn, but I know that elephants mourn. I know that dogs mourn as well. Or, I don't know, again with the philosophical zombie thing, I assume they mourn from their behavior, right? That's an assumption I make. And I feel like it's a pretty safe assumption to make. Coleman says, just because it is the first one off the top of my head. Yeah, exactly, that's what I thought. Another one says, I can give an example. When the calf gets taken away and the cows can get very depressed, and then, yeah, when the calves are reintroduced, the cows literally jump in joy and see their family members again. Yeah, that's why, the cow release every spring. A lot of people go out just to watch the cows get released to go outside again because they've been stuck inside all winter. And they jump in joy and just everybody just, oh man, feels great just feeling that empathetic bond, just looking how happy the cows are. feels great. Coleman says, yeah, just like in the wild, some predator took it away. It is sad on a lower level because it's spending so much time nurturing its offspring, and now it's gone. Node says, seems like weird emotional gatekeeping. I disagree, Node Runner. I feel like Coleman is just expressing Coleman's feelings about this. Not telling other people that what they have to feel, right? I think, maybe. That's the way it looked to me, right? Kind of looked a little bit like the vegan thing from the get-go was kind of pointing towards that. Maybe wanting to invalidate some people's feelings, but I don't know. Would you say, Coleman, would you want to invalidate other people's feelings? Is that what you're trying to do? Doesn't look like it to me. Coleman says, for example, if you would hurt a cow severely, then it wouldn't just casually have seizure or anything else when it saw a knife that it was used to do it. I don't actually believe that, Coleman. I think they would, yeah. I mean, that's the basis for what's it called? Not operant conditioning. It's called classical. Well, let's just Pavlov's dogs. There we go. Right? No, the dogs. I was looking for the dogs, not Pavlov himself. Classical conditioning. Yeah, there it is. That's the basics for classical conditioning. And this classical conditioning works for everybody. So I think they would wince. I wouldn't say necessarily that means PTSD, but they would wince. That's how classical conditioning works. And classical conditioning works on every living creature. That's probably not true. Most living creatures. There we go. Animals. It works on all animals. There we go. Put it like that. A cow, a dog, ants. I think it works on ants. I don't know that for a fact. I have never looked it up, but my guess is that it would work on ants. Thomas says it does experience pain. It isn't an emotional blob, but the pain is on a much more fundamental level. How do you know, Coleman? How do you know? XMV says, the reason for me to argue against qualia, consciousness, sentience, etc. isn't because it's fun. Oh. I mean, it isn't because it's fun, but I hope you're still having fun, XMV, because I'm having fun. But that's kind of a little bit of a side note. XMV says, it is because I see it causing confusion amongst people who might otherwise be super excited and interested in understanding how their own perception works, along with how many crazy fun things AI enables, along with scary things we need to survive. I see it causing confusion. So, because something is confusing, it is not worthy of investigation? I don't think that's what you were trying to say, but that's what I read. It isn't because it's fun, it is because I see it causing confusion, and I feel like the world we live in is a confusing place that gives me reason to think the other way, that if something is causing confusion, that is an argument to actually investigate and consider and talk about it more, rather than just say, like, oh, no, this is confusing, so let's not do it. But I don't think that's what you were trying to say, right? It's because I see it's causing confusion among people who might otherwise be super excited. And, oh, right, we were talking about AI context. Sorry, I completely missed the context there. You think that talking about sentience, about AI, is confusing and that it might hinder AI development? Is that what you're talking about? That it stops technological advancement, perhaps. Right. The reason for me to argue for and against qualia is building an understanding of the world that I find myself in. No matter the consequences. I feel like I want to build an understanding. Yeah, that's where I come from. I want to understand the world I find myself in. And from my understanding, I cannot deny qualia from philosophical of mind. Sure, I wouldn't deny qualia from a natural scientific point of view, because I would say that natural science cannot study qualia. Yet. Maybe in the future, and hopefully in the future, but it's not there yet. And I would say maybe ChatGPT will give us and allow us to expand and get a better definition of sentience and maybe qualia, and by understanding it, we may gain understanding of ourselves and the cows and the horses. Because people are confused and people ask these questions. Yeah, I think they are then worthwhile to ask and explore. So I feel like I mean, your reasoning to argue against qualia, like, I still am not convinced. Like, Cogitor ergo sum still holds true to me. The I, like, I am still in here. I have a mind, or I am a mind, or I am the observer, or whatever, right? I have experience that are uniquely my own, that no one else have access to. Well, maybe people do have well, as far as I'm aware, it's uniquely mine. Coleman says, yeah, it's like pineapple on pizza. Personally, I hate it and despise it, but I'm not telling anyone else that pineapple on pizza is wrong. When I thought, I like pineapple on pizza. Yeah, oh man. I usually take pineapple on pizza. It's fucking great. Another says, I don't think it's purely a feeling. I think it's objective that cows have feelings, right? I mean, if you by objective means that the general consensus by people who does the investigation, I would imagine that there are a few people who would answer no to that question, Node Runner. That they would say that no, cows don't have feelings. And just like Node Runner has the idea that cows have lesser feelings than human beings. I'm not convinced of that at all. That they have lesser, like their feelings are less full or whatever than mine are. Maybe. And I mean, at some point, right? Because we have, when we look at people and their self-reporting and whatnot, it seems that people are more or less neurotic, right? Feelings stronger or weaker, right? There's a normal distribution curve going on here. I assume we could take all animals and how strongly do you feel feelings, and we could end up with a normal distribution curve that where, like... But I would say when talking about that, immediately we're on thin ice because of the qualia thing, because we don't know, right? Rate your pain from 1 to 10. Like, there are so many things that goes into rating your pain from 1 to 10. And since we cannot talk to the cow, we don't fucking know. We can't really compare it, contrast it to, like, even within human beings, it's you're on thin ice. And then comparing it to other animals, the ice becomes way thinner because we don't fucking know, right? But of course they do have feelings, and I would probably err on the side of caution, personally. Just like with the philosophical zombie thing, if we're talking about the empathy thing, I would prefer not causing pain. So I would probably err and assume that everything feels pain the way I feel pain. All the living beings, and then try to avoid causing said pain. If we're talking about scale here. But I don't think there will be a very, very small minority that would actually say that cows don't have feelings. But those people do exist. Coleman says there was this thing where it was something like, would you kill 100 dogs to save 5 people, or kill 5 people to save 100 dogs? And I would save the people every single time. Oh. Well, I could see examples for how you could mess around with that thought experiment to make me save the dogs instead. Like if you identified 5 specific people, like Breivik, Putin, like you can put 5 specific people in there and I'm like, oh, fucking save the dogs. But if it's just 5 random people, then yeah, save the 5 random people. Yeah. It's like a version of the tram question. Yeah, exactly. 5 unidentified random people. Yeah, I would save the 5 people. Promises, because then you would just like to kill Putin. Yeah, I mean, partly, right? Because it depends on the people. You can specify and change those rule sets around. And that's always the case with the tram question, right? You can change the settings and rule set of the... Isn't it trolley, by the way? The trolley problem? Or is it the tram problem? I don't fucking know. I think when I heard it the first time, it was a train. Same, but different? Doesn't matter. It isn't the same, it isn't even the question anymore. I think so, at least. Right, it is a variation of the question. Interestingly, though, I care less and less. Oh, actually, thinking about it a little bit. I feel it's difficult to quantify, but at the same time, what about 1,000 dogs? Because in my mind, I start caring less and less about death. The people actually dying. Well, it depends the mode. How do they die? Like, the fear of being tied to the track and whatnot, but if just instant falling out of nowhere, dying, right? That person is then dead, and sure, they didn't want to die, but there's not, you can imagine, not a lot of suffering going on. I care more about the people who's mourning, right? I care more about the people around the person dying. Because they are the ones who do the suffering. So, like a utilitarianistic approach would ask, I mean, mourning a person is worse than mourning an animal. I say that as my last mourning was of an animal, and it fucking sucks. But mourning a person is way worse. Like, as close a person as similarly close as was the animal. But then if we take a utilitarianistic point of view, right? Sure, you're causing less mourning per person, but you're creating more mourning at the number of individuals who is actually doing the mourning, right? assuming that the dogs are part of families, right? That they're not wild dogs. And of course, well, even if they're wild dogs, you're causing suffering in the pack or whatever, because the pack is mourning. But I still value human suffering more than dogs, and that's... Or, well, I want to reduce human suffering less. That's my personal take on it, but... Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, the question becomes more and more difficult, doesn't it, Coleman? Depends on how you can mess around with it and find different ways to interpret. And I guess that's why the trolley problem is so popular, because there are so many ways to think about it that allows you to evaluate and consider your own morality from different perspectives. And that's why it's popular, I think. Almost is like the moment you add stuff like the guy who did this and this, yeah. Been thrown into a black hole. Spaghettified. Nice. I think we automatically add stuff to it though, Coleman, right? You automatically add stuff to it. As soon as the question is being asked, you do associations, right? Your mind just does that, so it's part of it. XNV says, I'm trying to get you to try on the view that qualia, consciousness, sentience, etc. aren't any more real than a soul. Even if it's just for the sake of discovery. I mean, right. And I'm completely fine doing that, XNV, from certain, like, I can take on a different perspective. Like let's say, the perspective of AI studies, right? Let's say we talk about AI studies from the sake of computer science. And I'm completely fine saying that in computer science, the terms qualia, consciousness, sentience, and the soul, like in a certain perspective, those terms are moot and not relevant, right? For the sake of discovery and just talking about... It's just taking a different perspective on certain questions, right? So it's not like, as soon as you start talking about the realness, that's where I object, XNV, when you say they aren't any more real, because then when you use the word real, my mind goes to, is it ontology? No. Wait, is that it? Ontology? No, there's no way it's ontology. Isn't that? Oh, it is. Yeah. When you say real, my mind goes immediately to, oh, now we're talking about ontology here. The philosophical study of being, like, real, concepts such as existence, becoming, and reality. But if we remove the word real and just say, alright, we're talking about from a, like, where are you coming from, XNV? And if you're coming from computer science, then yeah, it doesn't make sense talking about qualia, consciousness, and sentience, and I can see why you would say this is causing confusion. However, I want you to see it from the other point of view, from an ontological or even a philosophy of mind point of view. It is interesting looking at qualia, consciousness, sentience. It can be, it isn't, but some people find this interesting and confounding and want to explore it from that perspective. And I think that perspective is worthwhile. And my opinion, the way I work, because I'm very much into philosophy, I prefer that perspective. Because that's my personal bias. That's what I find interesting, because like I said, my interest is in building understanding and knowledge about the world I find myself in, and I often take a very metaphysical and philosophical approach to building this knowledge. But of course, in some of these conversations, Like, it is pointless, yeah. Alright, XNV continued. Some people have such discussions because they enjoy introspection or philosophical discussion or whatever, yeah. But I'm in it for the practical consequences. Right, and that's where my question of ontology, like, if we're talking about practical consequences, I would say one of the most important thing for you in your life and the practical consequences, what happens in your life, is your understanding of it. If you believe that you have a soul, and if you believe that you will go to heaven or hell depending on your actions defined in some book, that will have very practical consequences for you in your life. That's why I think myself and many other people are interested in the question of sentience, because it's more foundational than the other question, right? One question is more, yeah, it's more fundamental. Metaphysical and philosophical questions are usually more foundational to your understanding. So you can see how you get practical consequences. And also, right, the understanding, like I've been saying the other day, it's that I was saying before that when we're talking about the future and how we want the future to look and whatever, it's usually not a technological question, because we have the technology to do a bunch of stuff. Right? We could just stop burning coal and climate change would not be such a big issue, right? That's not gonna happen, but the question is not a technological engineering question. Sure, partly it is, but usually the stuff that hinders us to achieve and actually do practical consequences are political questions. And political questions are derived from how we think and feel and understand the world we find ourselves in. So if we're talking about moving in a political, right? If we're talking about the consequences in a political sense, then I would argue that these foundational questions, again, might be important for the future of society. Because a society is built up of people that have ideas of how that society should or should not look, and I think that's one of a very big thing to deal with, and is more important than the actual technological stuff, because the technology is just going to keep getting better and better, right? That's just the way it is, right? That's the curve we're on. That technology, the AI, is going to be more and more useful to us. Question is, what do we do with it? XNV says lots of people are having existential crises now, or are in denial and fighting about consciousness, which risks both holding back progress and ignoring serious dangers. Right, and that's your opinions, right? These serious dangers are your opinions. Holding back progress is your opinion that shouldn't be happening, and kind of what I predicted is that it took a political turn, right? Took a political turn. And I think, oh man, if we can get a bunch of people into existential crises, just like we were talking about, we were talking about the other day about triggering cognitive dissonance in people to improve, for them to improve their ideas and understanding of the world, is a good thing, right? The existential crisis. And hopefully the denial, if people are in denial, that denial might be a step towards an existential crisis. You could also argue that denial, what is that called again, right? A paradigm shift. It doesn't happen when people are convinced about the new paradigm. The paradigm shift because the people who are stuck in the old way of thinking eventually dies. So the people who are in denial, eventually they'll die and will have the paradigm shift. But my hope for them from an empathic point of view is that, I mean, denial is not a very mentally healthy place to be, right? So my hope for those people is that they will get out of the denial and go through the crises and feel better at the other side of the crisis. But I see your point that the fight about consciousness, it's not immediate, like the consequences, talking from a metaphysical point of view, are not immediately or quick, right? Just like I usually say that one of the most urgent political discussions that I think today, or political questions, is UBI because of its urgency. And I assume that you have a bunch of reasons why AI has a bunch of urgent practical questions that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And I'm with you on that, right? I'm with you that, but one does not exclude the other, right? One does not exclude the other. And they don't have to be mutually exclusive, right? But you can bring up, all right, and you can change a discussion to that, right? But yeah, sure, it might be conscious or not conscious. However, what I find more important to discuss is this, and you can bring up X, whatever you find these serious dangers, right? What you do is that, sure, fine, that's great. Can we talk about these dangers instead? That's a good question to ask. And I assume that I would be in agreement with like the serious dangers that you talk about, and the problem of holding back progress. Actually, I don't mind holding back progress. Well, a little bit I do mind holding back progress. I mean, oh, it would be so fantastic if I get to have a neural lace before I die, for example, getting integrated with the AI. Oh, that would be so fantastic. I've been ranting for like 10 minutes now, so I'm 10 minutes behind chat. Sorry. Let's keep going. Coleman says, but yeah, in short, I value human suffering and life above animals. Yeah, I'm going to lie down or something. I don't know. Something just triggered that response, and now I feel kind of sad. Yeah, I hope you feel better. And I think sadness is... Sometimes people feel sad, and it's a good thing to deal with it. It's part of life, right? I think Coleman is already gone, but... I hope you feel good. I wanted to play some Sea of Thieves, but I don't want to anymore. Crises? That sounds like some Greek philosopher. Nice. Does indeed. I was this close to asking if some of you guys wanted to play Sea of Thieves last evening, but instead of doing that, I was like, well, if I have the energy to play Sea of Thieves, I'm gonna use that energy to do the dishes instead. So I did end up not playing or asking if anyone wanted to play Sea of Thieves, because the dishes needed to be done. XNV says, I agree that how individuals look at reality is important, but in my view, things like qualia are a form of security through obscurity. Right. Does that mean, because I feel like that question was not answered before, because I kind of highlighted that I try to build an understanding of the world, and I don't, like, that answer has still not been answered, right? How, from an ontological point of view, do we deny qualia? I'm not capable of doing that. So, like, saying that qualia is some sort of method that I'm trying to use to manipulate people, that's not it. qualia is a thing that is part of my understanding of the world that I find myself in. And like I said before, all the stuff that I see and hear and read and study or whatever, all of those are dependent on my experience that I have in my mind. So I completely disagree, and I feel like that statement right there is not charitable, because that's not at all how I view qualia. Sounds like me using the word qualia is just to manipulate you, and it's not. It's my understanding of the world. And I would, like, if you manage to convince me that qualia is not a thing that exists, that would be great, because that would be, I would have expanded my understanding. But I'm very doubtful that you are going to be successful in doing that. Because I don't see how you can take subjective experience or subjective conscious experience. It doesn't actually. Conscious, unconscious doesn't super matter to me. Because of how priming works in psychology, right? Stuff influences you that you are not aware of. But it's still part of your experience, right? Right, reality is... right, now we're back. When you say that, reality is a positive sum. Now we're back in ontology, right? When you make a statement like that. You see how we are in ontology here. Reality is a positive sum, right? What is reality? You're making an ontological statement. You're not making a physics statement or biology statement or computer science statements. You're making a philosophical ontological statement, right? Right. Reality is a positive sum from an individual perspective. So having a lot of people confused or spreading confusing about reality seems negative in my estimation. Yeah, I feel like we need to replace the word reality from that sentence. And replace it with something else. Also some from an individual perspective. So having a lot of people confused or spreading confusing about what reality seems negative in my estimation. Right. So what you want to do, XNV, is take your understanding of the world, which I disagree with, and you want to enforce your understanding of the world on everybody else. Which is, I feel like we're getting back to this thing that I bring up all the time. I think there might be something wrong with me, because I see authoritarianism right now. I see that, oh, people are confused, they should stop being confused and do what I tell them, or think what I tell them to think. Right? It doesn't... and I highlight that I disagree with your views and your understanding of reality, just to point out that that's just your opinion, dude. That's just the way you think. And enforcing that on people, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. And I also disagree with the net negative thing, because I think that if we have a centralized top-down view of this is how people should think, that's a net negative in my view. XNV says language is difficult here. I agree, language is very difficult here. I think there has been like more than one misunderstanding in this whole conversation. That's one reason why I like using kind of extreme language, because I kind of take when I see something and then I blow it out of proportions just to highlight the way I look at it, right? Because it kind of, from one way, it looked like maybe I was calling you a fascist, and I really wasn't. I was just blowing it out of proportions to show how I interpreted that language. It's not me trying to be rude, it's just me trying to help through extreme language. I don't even know, but yeah. XMV says, not trying to be uncharitable? Yeah, exactly. From what I know of you, XMV, I don't see you as an uncharitable person. So me calling you uncharitable was also kind of an ugly rhetorical trick from my point. Well, a little bit an ugly rhetorical trick, but at the same time, something was presented in a way that I couldn't get behind, right? XMV says, but what I'm proposing is that everything you see as qualia can be understood, at least as a good heuristic, without qualia. Right. And that I'm very interested in. How? How do you take... How do you create understanding without having someone to understand? I say that because in my mind, understanding is dependent on an understander. Right? There has to be an understander for there to be understanding. Because understanding is a verb, right? If we're talking about language here. Be, or you said be understood. Be is a verb, right? That requires a doer, an understander, whatever that is. And that understander, from my understanding, have their own experience of reality, which is a subjective experience, conscious and unconscious. So I don't see how we could understand it, well, like how I could understand it without I. Because I understand, if we take away I, just understand, that doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. And language becomes confusing and difficult. And I think that's just like with my ideas about no objective morality existing, language is super fucking difficult around that point. And I imagine that the point that you're trying to get across is very difficult because our language is kind of, well, the most commonly used word in the English language is probably I. One of the most commonly used words is I or you. Pronouns, right? Referring to a person, and if people don't exist, trying to give an ontological statement that people don't exist, or people are something different than what you think they are, very difficult. Yeah. And like I said, I'm very interested in philosophy, so if you want to keep on going towards that and try to show how qualia can be removed, I'd love to see it and engage with it. XMV says roughly, it's a messy alright. It is a messy version of AI on a cellular substrate that instead of being trained to predict language, is trained by its environment to survive. I'm not skilled enough at explaining every step of this setting, but I contend that the understanding is available through empirical study of these systems. Right! And I feel like now I'm gonna repeat for the third time that's a evolutionary biology perspective you're taking right now. You're not making ontological philosophical statements. You're making biological evolutionary statements. And yes, it makes sense to me that you can talk about evolutionary biology without qualia. That's completely fine. That's not an argument that's saying that qualia is not a thing, or that you can, like, right? You're kind of just ignoring the philosophical underpinnings, which is fine, but you're not arguing that qualia is not a thing. I'm saying that, oh, right. Making statements on AI or cellular substrates, or trained to predict language, or trained by environment to survive, all of those statements are not statements about qualia or mind, right? Again, not seeing the forest for all the trees. I'm talking about the forest, you are talking about the trees. I don't disagree with you, and I have not disagreed with you on any statements about the trees. I'm telling you that qualia doesn't make sense in the level you're talking at. And I agree with you that it doesn't make sense to talk about qualia when you're talking about training by its environment to survive. Just like, did I talk about... Shit. Classical conditioning, right? Classical conditioning is, interestingly, a part of psychology where it also does not make sense to talk about qualia. But just because qualia doesn't make sense in classical conditioning is not an argument to just dismiss qualia as a concept in philosophy of mind, or in psychology for that matter. We call that behavioral psychology. And in behavioral psychology, it is like the perspective is we don't look at the mind. And that is behaviorism in a nutshell. We don't look at mind. We only look at behavior as it appears to us. And we can learn stuff about behaviorism. And that's completely fine, and that is not an argument for that philosophy of mind or qualia does not exist in philosophy of mind, or that mind does not exist at all. Right? Moving away from the conversation to another conversational point. And I feel like that's kind of where the language problem is coming. You're using the words like reality is the positive sum, which I would argue, and I think you would agree at the end of the day, right? When we're talking about it, you would argue that that would be an ontological statement. Because you say reality is, alright, so what is an ontological statement? Oh, it's a statement about reality, and existence, and becoming. Right, yeah, I'm doing an ontological statement. But then you kind of make an ontological statement, and then you move away from ontology and use something else, right? Quantum mechanics, whatever, as a quantum mechanical statement, where it's just like, those two don't... I disagree that you can put them together the way you are trying to put them together. That your argument is not a justification for an ontological statement. There we go. And I agree with you that when talking from the perspective you are talking, we don't have to talk about ontology. Right? You don't have to talk about qualia at all, because it doesn't make any sense to talk about qualia where you're at. Not skilled enough at explaining every step of this setting. Oh man, I think you're selling yourself short. I think you're pretty damn good at language and explaining... like, I feel when I read your text that I kind of, most of the time, understand what you're trying to convey. I think what you're trying to convey are often very complicated topics. And yeah, I think from my perspective, you're doing a great job, but maybe I'm misunderstanding everything you're trying to say. That might be a statement about us both then, but I contend understanding is available through empirical study of these systems. Yes, I agree that you can find understanding, but what I'm saying, right, you can find understanding about AI through these empirical studies of these systems. I agree with that. However, I am saying that you as a person, XNV, cannot have understanding and reject, from an ontological standpoint, reject qualia. Because understanding, right, you don't need to use qualia in the understanding of the empirical studies of these systems. Using the word qualia in your empirical studies doesn't make sense. But what I'm saying is that my understanding of the word understanding is that understanding requires qualia. You as a person requires experience to build the understanding. Those, again, those are two completely different topics, right? One is a question about understanding, and one is a question about the understanding of these systems. And understanding those systems are dependent on understanding, right? XNV says, I see what you're saying, but I don't see any need for ontology. Again, the language is an issue, but I see a lot of these philosophical concepts as obsolete models of truth. Right. Obsolete models of truth. That kind of implies that these questions have been answered, XNV. When you say that these concepts are obsolete, it's because you kind of imply that they have been answered through science, which they haven't. They have not been answered by science. I would agree that a question like, when I studied philosophy for a while, I was like, well, a philosopher is all I remember is thinking in these terms. I was like, oh, a philosopher is always wrong because as soon as we prove a philosopher right, it's not philosopher anymore, it's science. So I was like, oh, I'm going to start studying physics, but then physics wasn't for me. So I went back to philosophy. And I would argue that all science are built on top philosophical concept. All ideas of knowledge are built on philosophical underpinnings. Science, for example, is built on the idea of empiricism, right? Empiricism is a philosophical concept that you derive science from using. Pragmatism is a philosophical concept that is also being used in science. And rationalism is also a philosophical approach to thinking about things. And those are the ground pillars of science, right? Empiricism, rationalism, and pragmatism. So science is built on top of philosophical concepts. So saying that they are obsolete, I highly disagree with that statement. Because I say that if we want to build an understanding of the world, I say the primary and most important way to build an understanding of the world that you find yourself in is through philosophical means and methods. And that's why I was doing the argument before, right? The consequences, right? Thinking about consequences in society and whatnot. Built off of people that have ideas about reality. Like I was saying, right? If you believe in that you're going to heaven or hell because it says so in a book, that's your understanding of the world. That's a metaphysical understanding of the world. That you have used some sort of philosophical concept, like, I mean, you haven't done this explicitly, but implicitly you have. right? As soon as you say reality is, which you did before, you are making an ontological statement. Right? You agree with that statement, that when I say reality is X, then I'm making an ontological statement. Or do you reject that? What type of statement am I doing, if not an ontological statement? And I think a lot of philosophers would disagree with you, like when you say models of truth. Well, actually, I don't know about other philosophers, but I reject that concept, right? I don't believe in capital T truth. Actually, no, they are models of truth evaluation. But I haven't been using truth because I've been using the word understanding. I understand the world thusly. So I prefer not to use the word truth because the word truth is problematic at best. Xinmi says that science hasn't completely answered. Well, when you put it like that, you can say science hasn't completely answered, and then it doesn't matter what comes next because that's always going to be a true statement, isn't it? Science hasn't completely answered anything. Right? Science hasn't completely answered anything. Because what is completely? Because you end up in the problem of infinite regress if you want to completely answer anything, right? What is a chair? Oh, it's a thing humans sit in. All right. What is human sit in, use? What is all of those things? Well, now I'm asking philosophical questions, but those questions, right? Science is about answering questions as well as philosophy, right? That's why science was derived or created from philosophy, or is derived from today. Because at the end of the day, most of the questions are philosophical in their nature. Sorry, that was a tangent, right? Science hasn't completely answered how hurricanes are formed or where exactly they will travel, but if you care about hurricanes, I'd say modern models of meteorology are worth learning. Yeah, I'd say that not only is true of qualia, but that the new models offer completely different sets of words and tools to describe what is happening. I agree with that, to the point where you think you may ultimately agree with me that qualia is no longer a useful concept. Oh, no, definitely not. I say the modern models of meteorology, the modern models of meteorology are built on top of philosophical ideas. You don't get modern models of meteorology without having taken statement in philosophical questions and making assumptions that science could not answer. Right? For example, empiricism, like I said, right? You don't have meteorology without empiricism, which means you are dependent on, you don't need to learn empiricism to be a meteorologist, but you are dependent on empiricism being a functional philosophical idea for meteorology to work. So ultimately, I fundamentally disagree that qualia is no longer a useful concept. I find it very useful. Otherwise, I would not have brought it up. Right? I have found qualia to be a useful term, a useful concept to bring up in many, many, many conversations, this being one of them. Because it's a meta understanding of meteorology and how that works, how science works, are dependent on science. And science, the idea of empiricism is dependent on qualia, right? Because qualia is part What is empiricism? It is repeated. Let's look at the definition here. Empiricism. I can't spell for shit. I spelled it so badly that it didn't even find it. Empiricism. I did the same again. Sism. Did you mean empiricism? Wait. Ah, fuck. Empiricism. Why can't I spell? Why am I so terrible? Here we go. Empiricism. Alright. In philosophy, empiricism is an epistemological theory that holds that knowledge or justification comes only primarily from sensory and, say it with me, experience. And we need to understand, to do, like, as a in the grand scheme of things, to do empiricism, we need to have a completely, like a straight fact. What is empiricism? What are we doing when we're doing empiricism? Or do we just randomly say whatever, right? If we don't have a clear structure of epistemological thought or ideas of knowledge, if we don't have a clear structure, then we might as well just all go and worship gods or whatever. I hold science and philosophy to higher standards, right? Me personally, I want a strict, rigid system that actually creates knowledge that that I cannot deny, right? Falsifiability is another thing that we're doing in science, right? And the concept of qualia, you have not falsified that idea yet, right? You haven't showed me how that idea. You just say that, oh, I don't need it anymore. And it's fine that you don't need that concept. That doesn't invalidate the concept as a whole, and it definitely doesn't invalidate the concept for me, because my understanding of qualia is that it cannot be denied. It is a thing ontologically that exists. Right? That's our experience. And interestingly, science is dependent on sensory experience, which means that science is dependent on what I call qualia. That they're not dependent on the concept necessarily, but it is dependent on qualia, the thing that the concept is describing. Science is dependent on sensory experience. And experience is always subjective. Because I only have access to my experience. You only have access to your experience. Right? So, yeah. For a rigid system of knowledge to be held, you need to have philosophical underpinnings. And you do have, right? And that's what I evaluate. And if you ignore qualia or say that qualia is not a thing, then your philosophical underpinnings for creating knowledge, I reject them. Yeah. Or convince me why qualia is not a useful concept for the philosophical underpinnings for your epistemological models, if you will. XNV says the idea is to invite further exploration into a particular direction with the notion that you might update your view. Yeah, exactly. I'm describing how I see it to explain what may be at the other end, not to force my view or language. Right. And what I'm saying is that I find your view to be severely lacking. Severely lacking. From my point of view, right? I would never, like, to me, it is not about enforcing. Yeah, invite further exploration. And it's, like, if you don't have a foundational basis for how you get your knowledge, then what the fuck? Then you might as well have read it in a book and live as you're going to heaven or hell. Why? Because it said so in the book. Well, why does the book say so? Well, that's not a useful concept. I don't care why the book said so. I only care that the book said so. And I feel like the whole thing is standing on a house of cards then, and it just falls apart. Loses authority, ethos in the terms of rhetorics, right? If you don't have solid ground to stand on, then yeah, if you build knowledge on top of a house of cards, then that knowledge, it doesn't matter to me if I would agree with the knowledge or not, because I can just... That model of meteorology, right? Yeah, interesting. It's good that we use meteorology, because if you're building a model of meteorology on a house of cards, I can just blow it down. Right? Isn't that how it works? Because that model could be built on, oh, I just made it up. Or it can, like science, be built on ideas like empiricism. Right? You even used empirical study yourself before, right? Empirical study that's built on the philosophical idea of empiricism. Derived from, right? As a foundational to why empirical study, like, why should one do empirical studies? Why should one listen to empirical studies? Justification. There we go. Justification. If there is no justification, then... Exami says, I'd guess people with a good understanding of AI and neuroscience have a better understanding of how they learn than any ontologist who doesn't have such an understanding. Oh, yeah. I definitely agree with that, Exami. And to reiterate, though, the people with understanding of AI and neuroscience, their knowledge is built upon the shoulders of giants, right? That's always the case. Their understanding of AI and neuroscience are dependent on philosophical ideas that has been integrated into neuroscience. So even if you know of these, like, I'm not saying that you have to understand all the philosophical underpinnings. That's not at all. But when you show up and reject the philosophical underpinnings, then you're creating a house of cards for yourself. And the justification to listen to you is like, well, it disappears. But I definitely agree that they would understand that better than me, just like I would think that I would understand ontology better than an AI researcher or a neuroscience researcher, right? I understand ontology better. Can you give an example? I don't think qualia is one of them. Right, neuroscience. Neuroscience use empiricism. Empiricism, as it is defined, is a philosophical statement, right? That's the example I took before. Sensory experience. What's another word for sensory experience? Qualia. Another word for sensory experience is qualia. Interesting that it doesn't go that way, right? That's an example. So, if you have empiricism, which holds that knowledge or justification comes only, well, I don't think science only says that. I think science says empiricism, rationalism, and pragmatism, right? So, part of it comes from sensory experience. And as soon as you talk about sensory experience, you have to define, right? If you're going to have a rigid structure of knowledge, what is knowledge? Then what is sensory experience? Well, it is qualia. That's the term. That's what it is. Subjective. Well, in empiricism, it is conscious, right? In empiricism, it has to be a conscious, not an unconscious experience, because that doesn't fucking help us in science. Because in science, we formalize and write everything down, which means we have to have an observation and document that observation, right? But the observation is dependent on that, like, what is observation? What is experience? If we're dependent on having experiences, we are dependent on defining what is an experience, and what is an experience? It is a qualia. That is something that happens in the mind, right? Every time you look with your eyes, you have qualia, and those are the foundations for building knowledge about things. You look at the thing, and you go from there. That's the essence of empiricism. So if you're going to have a foundation, like a solid structure, then empiricism, the whole idea, is built on top of the idea of qualia. This is the very foundation. You have an experience, then you have another experience, and another experience, and you notice that every time you have the experience that the thing falling down. And then empiricism says, well, that is sufficient justification to believe that the next time you drop the thing, it is going to fall down again. That's what empiricism says, right? You can see it. Believe what you can see. XNV says, so you're saying that no one could make any scientific progress without qualia? Alright, now we need to separate here the language. I'm saying that we have subjective experience. That is what it means to be alive, what it means to be a human being. A part of it, cogito ergo sum. Part of our experience, like part of what it means to be me, is that I have subjective experiences. And without those, I cannot make scientific progress. I'm not saying that you need to use the word qualia in every scientific paper that you're writing. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that that thing, that subjective experience and observation, you need to make observations to make... That's not completely true either. You don't need to make observation to make scientific progress, because then we go into qualitative and quantitative science, right? In qualitative science, you can do a lot of things. No, you are still dependent on observation, but you do a lot of rationalization instead, right? In qualitative science. So you put more or less focus and dependency on observation, right? I would say you are always dependent on observation. I mean, even if you're not doing science, right? And that's why I was talking about my understanding of the world is that qualia is one of the fundamental things that happens. Like, if you're religious and you read the book, you're still dependent on your experience. You actually read the book. You have experiences when you read the book, when you build your understanding of the world from a religious point of view. Sorry, not your religion here. I'm talking about the theistic religions, right? Where you have your whole ontology built on top of a book, or more often what people tell you. You're still dependent on people actually telling you these things. And you have directly or indirectly conscious or unconsciously made a decision, or it has been made for you, or you've been taught that these things are the world you find yourselves in, right? XMD says, so if qualia and subjective experience are words that have some relationship with one another that satisfies your concern, and the word qualia itself is not necessary. Right, I mean, it's not necessary, right? And that's what I was saying from the very start of this conversation. I think that this is an interesting opportunity when people talk about sentience. I think it is an interesting opportunity to learn about the word sentience. Now that we're talking about AI. That was my original point, right? That led us into this. We've had a lot of different conversation about the different things, but I feel like this is relevant here. That the knowledge we build is not about the AI, but about sentience. And that I find interesting. Learning about trying to expand the definition and understanding of sentience. And we can use AI to gain that knowledge, right? But to study AI, you don't need to... I mean, I am convinced until someone proves otherwise, and until someone study, like, does ChatGPT have qualia? I'm convinced that the answer is no, but I'm still open until someone shows me. It would be interesting if someone did show me otherwise. But I don't believe so. And I think, depending on your, when you say necessary, your goals needs to be highlighted, right? What are your goals? If your goal is to study sentience, then the word qualia, I would say the word qualia is kind of necessary. Or the concept of qualia is necessary. If you want to study, if you want to study sentience, if your question is, does AI have sensory or subjective experience, then I also think that the word qualia, or rather the concept of qualia, I find that necessary. If the question is, or if your goal is that, how can we use AI to improve society? Then I feel like the word qualia or the word subjective experience, they should not be part of that conversation because they are not relevant or necessary for that conversation. I feel like that's what I've been saying all the time, because it depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about experience and sentience and qualia and just all of that stuff, then yes, those concepts are necessary. If you're not, then not so much. However, if you want to bring in empiricism, I want to point out that empiricism is built on top of definitions of qualia and subjective experience as part of it, right? If you say that, oh, I want to empirically study how AI will react to these prompts, right? If you do empirical evidence, empirical studies on that, I want to highlight that what you're doing is using a methodology that is built on top of philosophical or derived from philosophical underpinnings, right? Philosophical ideas that gives empiricism and science its justification, right? That, yeah, when you do scientific study, you gain justification and credence and authority because of the philosophical underpinnings that you have built yourself on. And calling them, right, kind of having the view that, oh, they don't matter anymore, I think they are vitally important. They're not important for everybody to know or understand, just like everybody does not have to read or understand the Linux kernel to actually use the Linux kernel, right? But someone has to. Someone has to know what's going on, and someone has to make sure and do improvement and do security patches and all of this stuff. Someone has to do that. And my operating system are dependent on those people and those ideas and those structures that those have built. Same way, science is dependent on the philosophical work that people have been doing. Yeah. Right. Why do you insist that there isn't other language available that is even better and so much better that I think qualia is obsolete? Because qualia is not the word that has been established. Qualia is the idea that it is built on top of. I mean, if you want to use a synonym, if you want to talk subjective experience and use subjective experience instead of qualia, those words, like if we're talking about just semantics usage, sure. But my personal preference is qualia because that's the word that is being used in philosophy, right? That's the word that ends up when you go down to that those philosophical underpinnings and talk with the philosophers, they will use the word qualia. As a representation to the concept that they're talking about. It's like, I mean, I mean, if you want to argue, if you want to go into the philosophers and argue that, oh, you should stop using the term, like, we should go to Wikipedia and Wikipedia page. Like, if we go to the Wikipedia page, qualia here, we should change the name of qualia to something else, right? If you want to change the name to subjective experience, because you think that the word qualia itself is archaic or whatever, sure, go right ahead, but I mean, it's not gonna happen though, because it's not an obsolete word, because this is the word, when you study the philosophy, this is the word that they teach you. So, like, calling it obsolete, it's just like, that's not what happens. That makes sense? It's not an obsolete word. Because people are still using it. If it was obsolete, then people wouldn't use it. I mean, like, do you have an example of that? Of an obsolete word that people don't use anymore? I don't even know. Oh, it was when oh, that's a good point, calling it in on tap. Inspiration for today. Before the confession comes the first date. Oh, I like that. You don't have to wear your heart on your sleeves, right? Everybody has skeletons in their closet, but like going in and just throwing out all the bad stuff about you on a first date, that's a mistake, isn't it, calling it in on tap? Right? That's a mistake. That's a mistake. First you get to know each other like the good and the bad, right? And maybe the good first, and then start peppering in the bad as well. Baggage. Well, Get In On Tap, yes, it was back when I studied, and also still is, because, right? It doesn't say this is redirected from or whatever, right? It doesn't say, like, I don't know if this is it. Like, let's go to, wait, do I have, like, a lot of people like this better for philosophy or whatever. Wait. Right. Oh, well, this was, oh, here we go. Revision 2021, calling it in on tap. Feelings and experience vary widely. For example, I run my fingers over the sandpaper. Oh. Right. And that's a good point as well, because qualia is not necessarily a feeling or an experience. They're not completely the same. Right? An experience can be built up by qualia. So you could say that it's a subjective experience is a layer of abstraction on top of qualia. You could, maybe that's a better way to put it, to point out that it's not an obsolete thing. It's just not relevant for, actually, unless you are interested in, yeah. So maybe I was saying it a little bit wrong before, like that was bad language, because I was saying they were the same thing, but that's not necessarily 100% true, because subjective experience is built on top of qualia. Because experience, you bring your own perspective to the experience, right? You bring your own feelings, your own preconceived notions to an experience, and those are part of the experience. Qualia is just a raw sensation, right? Like me reading a word, the actual word is not the qualia. The actual qualia is the color sensation with the lines and the letters and whatnot, right? Like, if we're just talking about qualia, these qualia and this qualia was very much similar to, right? The qualia of these things are very much similar. And when we start talking about experiences, that's when I bring my own stuff into it, right? My own preconceived notions where I'm like, oh, this is a word and this is a word. Interesting that I wrote awoked. I didn't mean to do that. Happened. Fulgitino Tab says, I do not do dating, so I do not know how well people on a first date generally know each other. they usually, well, I don't know, like, statistically, but it doesn't have to be dating necessarily, Fulgitino Tab. It's just meeting new people, right? If you take a broad definition of dating, you can say that, well, you can date and get new friends, right? Fulgitino Tab says, is die a singular form used for dice still used? Oh, that's archaic, isn't it? No, it is still used, I think so. I've heard it used multiple times, I think. Maybe in specific contexts, Fulgitino Tab, I don't even know. XNV says, again, not trying to force my view. Oh, go right ahead, like, push your view. I'm grateful, XNV. If you disagree, keep pushing. Yeah, I think it's great. And I also think it's very kind to point out that you're not trying to force your view. You just push it, right? That's a conversation. We have ideas and duke it out, right? Oh, I like that. Means of production. Fantastic. That's a great example. Let's read the entire thing. Again, I'm not trying to force my view, but to me it's like, if someone holds the concept of means of production and an essential concept to understand economics, we can find other systems that model economics much better. People can still go study Marxism and use its language, but that doesn't mean that they're still worthwhile concept. I don't name the word subjective experience or qualia, but I think questioning whether ChatGPT has them is a pointless waste of time. Right. Right. And that's completely fine. However, to point out, when you say pointless waste of time, that is a subjective value judgment, right? That is your opinion. That is not my opinion. And other people, the people who actually ask these questions, they don't consider them a pointless waste of time. Right? Because those people, they are interested in studying the philosophical, like, studying the philosophical ideas of subjective experience or qualia or whatever, right? And, right, and means of production is a good example here, because when I complain about the means of production, I complain that a lot of economical theories are built with the philosophical idea of the means of production. And I think that's a stupid idea, because the means of production could include human beings, for example, and labor. And people can own labor. I think that, and I made the argument, right, that this is an abstract thing that you're owning, which complicates the idea of ownership and how ownership should work. Right? And that's a criticism, a meta-criticism about economic theories. It doesn't matter which one, but if it's built on top of the idea of means of production, I make a philosophical complaint towards those economics. That doesn't say anything about the economical theories themselves, right? So if you want to, right, if you think that the idea of qualia is dated, what do you replace it with? Right? I complained about the means of production, and I replace it with, isn't it better to own products? Or goods. I think goods is the words that I figured out that I wanted to use, right? To own physical, actual things. Because you can clearly define philosophically, and like you can have a robust underpinning against this vague bullshit that is the means of production. You can have a robust philosophical idea in like, what is a product or what is a good, right? A good is a physical object that someone has created. That is a good. That could be a bag of sand, that can be a chair, it can be a glass, it can be a house, it can be a machine. All of those things can be owned. And I think, because we were talking about consequences before, right? I think the consequences of having this vague idea allows people to own stuff like land and people and labor. And I think the consequences for society is terrible when it's built on top of ideas where we can own those things. So, if you want to talk about the philosophical underpinnings, what you want to replace qualia for in empiricism, for example, I'm very open to that. Yeah. Also, to point out, worthwhile concepts, worthwhile is also a subjective opinion, right? That's just your opinion, dude. If you don't need, rigorous structures of knowledge in your life, that's completely fine. That you do you. That's completely fine if you don't need rigid structures of knowledge. I do, and I argue that other people should too, because if we don't have rigid systems, then people will not agree. Right? If we don't agree what the scientific, how to do science, then people are gonna claim that, well, I read in the Bible and that was science, and now therefore my knowledge is equivalent to your knowledge. So I would argue, because I'm a big fan of science, of course, and science has a rigid structure. And I would argue because that would lead to, if we have similar understandings of the world that we find ourselves in, Like, we will find more agreement, and that will lead to more political agreements, right? I mean, there will always be political disagreements, but we will get politically stronger if we have a similar understanding to the world. Right? If someone goes in with the political idea that everybody should serve God as it says in this book, you're going to have a lot of disagreement because someone else will say, well, I think we should serve God as it says in this book or in this interpretation or that book or this religion or that religion. And that fosters enmity and problems and disagreements, right? If we, on the other hand, can build a rigid system that it's just like, oh, I can use this system to come to answers that everybody else also comes to, then we have a similar understanding of how the world works and we will have more agreements. So I think having good philosophical ideas like qualia, I think qualia is a great philosophical concept because it defines something that I have in my life, right? This is something that happens to me. And a lot of other people says that it happens to them as well. And you're actually first person who says that you don't have that, which looks like an oxymoron to me, like a contradiction to me. Because how can you say that you are a philosophical zombie? It's like... I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I would need argumentation to believe it. I would need rigorous argumentation, philosophical argumentation, to actually believe it, because that doesn't fit in my worldview. But of course, yeah. Pointless waste of time it's completely fine, right? That people... Oh, I don't mind the word subjective experience or qualia. Qualia, yeah. I think that since you think that is a point of view, you should not ask those questions or discuss those questions because they are boring, right? But I also think you should not yuck some other people's yum because that's a dick move. If they don't think it's pointless or a waste of time, why be a dick and tell them that, oh, you guys suck? Especially when they do, and I feel like I have argued, that they do contribute to making the world a better place. Or what I consider a better place. And I feel like partly you kind of did agree before, right? That the way we think about the world informs how we behave in it, to some degree. Fulgidinotab says, I've also heard, but it has been years since the last time I heard it used. Have you heard it used about die as a singular dice recently? I mean, at least the last half year, Colgitinotap. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've heard it. I watch Critical Role, right? And they talk a lot about die. That's they play tabletop role-playing games. So I think that I'm at least the last half year, maybe to a year, someone has used it. I can't remember a specific thing, but I'm pretty convinced. Well, Gitinotap says people are physical objects that someone created. Depending on your point of view, yeah. XMV says, so far, everything I'm aware of can be replaced with quantum physics. But quantum physics... Right. That's, alright. You're a programmer, right? This is the example TCP, IP, wait, is that... Right. What do we have here? Yeah, here we go. Internet protocol suites have layers, right? It has layers. When you say that, it's like Well, you can replace PPP with HTTPS. Quantum physics are dependent on philosophical ideas. It is built on top of philosophical ideas. So you cannot replace philosophical ideas with quantum physics, because that's not how it... Like, I don't know what these things are. Like, you replace tunnels with HTTPS. You can't do it that way, because you're talking about two completely different things. Again, can't see the forest for all the trees. Actually, it's the other way around, though. Can't see the trees for all the forest, because the philosophical is more foundational, right? It's a lower tier, it's a lower level. And quantum physics is like layers of abstractions on top of. So it's more like can't see the trees for all the forest. Because quantum physics are dependent on empiricism, right? Quantum physics is still dependent on empiricism. And if you have empiricism, empiricism is a philosophical idea. You can't replace quantum physics with empiricism, because in quantum physics, you do empirical studies. Right, there are still quite a lot of phenomena we don't have full accounting of. Yeah, like machine elves and DMT trips or whatever. Nice. I mean, most things you don't have a full accounting of, right? You don't have a full accounting of quantum physics either, but I feel like we have a pretty good understanding, right? Oh, you get a psychosis by doing drugs. You get poisoned, right? I mean, depending on how you look at it, from what type of study you do, you could even argue that you have more understanding of DMT than you have quantum physics, because what was it the dude said? If you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. Feynman, right? I'm not a quantum physicist, though. Welcome back, Coleman. Do you feel better? Did you have a rest? Alright, but XNV says, but I know nothing... I know of nothing described subjective experiences that fall outside the current available explanations. But I know... Oh, wait. We don't have a full accounting of, but nothing I know of in described subjective experience that falls outside of currently available explanations. The explanations, XNV, that when you read them, right? When I read this, when I read this sentence here, feelings and experience vary widely. I am dependent on having an experience, right? I see the blue, I see the white, I see the black, I see the red, I see all the colors. I have sensations. If I did not have any sensations, I would not read that thing. Right? And then we have empiricism, like I've been saying. Empiricism, if you embrace the idea of empiricism, which you have to do science, if you embrace and if you think that empiricism, yes, that's a worthwhile way to gain knowledge. Then that empiricism is built on the idea that you have to have sensations, right? Because without sensations, there is no empiricism. If I cut out my eyes, cut out, stab my eardrums, cut off my arms and legs, put myself in a sensory deprivation tank, and I just stay in there for the rest of my life, no more empirical stuff will happen. Ever. Because I don't have any sensations. I don't have any new qualia. I cannot do empiricism because I don't experience anything. All right. XNV says, I'm after the practical consequences, and if I'm maximizing the amazing benefit, all right, practical consequences, all right, let's leave empiricism. Pragmatism. Oh shit, I should have wrote wiki here. Right? That's a pragmatical philosophical statement you're doing. Pragmatism is a philosophical tradition that considers words and thoughts as tool and instruments for prediction, problem solving, and action, and rejects the idea that the function of thought is to describe, represent, mirror reality. Right. A pragmatic point of view is that I'm after, what was it? I'm after practical consequences. That is you taking a philosophical stance, a pragmatic stance. Which means that you have kind of embraced some sort of pragmatism, right? Practical consequences, that's a pragmatist point of view. So, I mean, you are not dependent on pragmatism, but you're kind of expressing a pragmatic point of view, right? And science is dependent on pragmatism. Otherwise, science doesn't work. Well, I mean, if you want a rigid structure, that is. Like I want. I want a rigid structure. I want a structure that makes sense. I don't just want to read the magical book and believe everything the magical book says. I want the book to be built on concepts and structures that are reproducible. That requires pragmatism. It requires empiricism as well, which both are rigid philosophical ideas. Right. XNV says, I'm after the practical consequences, and if I'm maximizing the amazing benefits and minimizing the scary consequences, I'm doing the opposite of being a dick, even if lots of people like it. No. I'm sorry. The thing that was being a dick is enforcing your ideas, especially when you haven't spent any time actually developing or figuring out your philosophical underpinnings. You just have random intuitions, kind of, right? You have intuitions about what you think about these things, right? You have intuitions rather than rigorously studied ideas. And that, if you're doing that, right? And I'm not saying that you did, because you didn't, right? You didn't tell other people that they are not or should not be allowed to talk about sentience or qualia or any of these things, right? You only expressed that you find it a pointless waste of time, which is completely fine. The problem and the thing, if being a dick, is if you told these people that they should not be allowed. Because that would be an authoritarian attitude based on your own philosophical intuitions. XNV says you can understand philosophical ideas through quantum physics. And that's what I said. You can understand philosophical ideas through AI. That was what I said in the beginning. You can learn more about what you mean when you say sentience through talking about AI and investigating AI and just putting those together. And the same holds true for quantum physics. If you look at philosophy through the lens of quantum physics, that can help you build understanding, right? And I feel like that's what I said before as well, that, oh, you can do philosophy with the help of AI. I feel like I expressed that very idea. And me saying that I don't think it's a pointless waste of time, because you can build on the philosophical ideas of sentience. What is it? Because sentience, the way it's defined right now, it's not defined in a way that is... It's not defined through science, right? It's still just defined through philosophy, and maybe it has to be. Because maybe sentience is dependent on the word, is dependent on the concept of qualia. And if it turns out that it is going to be dependent on qualia, qualia will never, it's not possible to study qualia scientifically. It's well, yes it is, yes and no, but it's not possible to study qualia through physics or biology. That's not gonna work. You can still, like, you could study qualia in psychology, but it would be difficult. But it could work. But the definition of qualia is still, it would be, you can't define qualia from psychology. It has to be its own philosophical definition. Just like empiricism is dependent on qualia, therefore we cannot define empiricism from science, right? We were talking about these layers before, right? Like, you require empiricism, you require pragmatism to do science, which means you cannot define, I mean, you can help build the idea of pragmatism through science, but you cannot derive the definition of pragmatism from science, because that would be circular, right? Because then science would define pragmatism, which would define science. And there's an order of, there's a structure in place here. Science is built on top of philosophy. Therefore, science cannot define philosophy. It can help us study philosophy, but it cannot define it, because science is defined from philosophy. And you can't, well, I mean, you could if you wanted to, but that would be, again, a house of cards, and I will not stand for it. I mean, if other people stand for it, that's their business, but I wouldn't. Right. You can, XMV continues, you can understand why people have difficulty understanding quantum physics through quantum physics. Yes, but you also, right? You also have to have some idea, XMV, about the word understand. Right? You're using that word. Understand. Understand. Let's check. Where do we end up? Understand. Oh, actually, that's interesting. I was sure we were going to be redirected to epistemology. No. Oh, understanding is a psychological process related to an abstract or physical object, such as a person, situation, or message, whereby one is able to use concepts to model that object. Understanding is a relation between the knower and the object of the understanding. Understanding implies abilities and dispositions with respect to an object of knowledge. Well, actually, this one seems to have kind of broken free from psychology, from philosophy somewhat. Nope. Actually, I missed that. Understanding implies a disposition in respect to the object of knowledge. There we go. And there you are. You're again dependent on a philosophical concept, because knowledge... Yep. Knowledge is a form of awareness or familiarity that is often understood with awareness of facts, whereas practical skills. Familiarity with objects or situations. Knowledge of facts are also called propositional knowledge, often defined... Oh, yeah, here we go. We're part in... That's what I thought, yeah. We're in a part on a series of epistemology. Epistemology is philosophy. So even using the word understanding, you are building on top of a philosophical underpinning. If you just go with an instinctual understanding of these things, they are not reproducible. Right? Yeah, they're not reproducible, because then they are only your own. Because your own instincts, and, right? I feel like my instincts are not to be trusted, which means that your instincts, I should trust them even less. Because when we have instincts, that's when we have people who form their life based off some random book. When it's just instincts. it confuses me that you're so opposed to this, XNV, because I'm pretty sure that when we go into these definitions of epistemological and like these ideas, like I don't think you're opposed to empiricism or pragmatism or rationalism. Like, you're not opposed to any of them. And if you read up on them, you would probably, oh yeah, this is what I have been believing already. So your instinct has already been in line with these. But it has happened subconsciously that you have just kind of aligned with these ideas. It looks like, to me at least. Alright. Oh shit, I'm 10 minutes behind chat. I'm just ranting, aren't I? Just ranting. Hopefully someone is having fun. I'm having quite fun, even though I'm just ranting. Well, you do not have said, maybe you do. I do not have good understanding. Oh, are we still talking about the die? I don't even know. Colin says, so I'm back. I'm watching a video called Minecraft, Sandboxes, and Colonialism. And the picture is Minecraft's forced me to do a colonialism. That sounds like fun. Is it a good video? Glad to hear that you're feeling better. Oh! Yeah, I do not have good understanding of quantum physics. Nice. I'm not a quantum physicist. Excellency says, lots of complexity, but it's actually possible to travel up from Everettian quantum theory through neurobiology, and with the help of AI get a decent heuristic about why all of this is difficult. I don't buy that. I just repeat, the forest and the trees is what that looks like to me. I don't know, though, because I don't know what an Everettian quantum theory is. I do know a lot of neuropsychology I know a lot of. So I know a little bit of neurobiology. I studied, I took a semester of neuropsychology, and that included quite a bit of biology at university. That was some time ago, though. How long ago was that? Oh shit, that must have been 8-10 years ago. So my knowledge is quite outdated. And I don't know a lot about AI either. Olgitinotep says, didn't help me understand at all. I understood some of those words. Yeah, exactly. I understand some of those words. XNV says, the man pages of science are written like crap, but they do exist. I think the man pages of science are written distributed, right? Oh man, I'm a big fan of distributed systems. And I think the man pages of science are written as a distributed man page. There's not like a holy grail or like the book of science, right? Because one of the thing is falsifiability, and science adapts to new understandings, right? So the science man pages are never written in stone. They're more like fluid, dynamic, distributed meta document or whatever. And it's written in the language of philosophy. Yeah. And again, crap is a subjective value judgment. And I can understand why people would think they would look like crap. I mean, I'm a big fan of philosophy. I don't think they look like crap at all. But it's not for everyone. XMV says, how about this? Spending time arguing about whether or not AI is sentient, conscious, or experiences qualia is like discovering a new celestial body. It's like discovering a new celestial body ejected towards our solar system and focusing on whether it's classified as a moon or a planet instead of it's on a collision course, or is it habitable. Right. Yeah. I mean, I've gotten that opinion, XNV. Like, I understand that's your opinion. But, I mean, the people... That's a good point. Right, but what you're kind of... well, I don't know if you're trying to do this, but what it looks like, XNV, what I've been seeing is that... Right. That classifying stuff as moons or planets is a pointless endeavor. Overall. That's what it looks like to me that you're saying. That, oh, classifying celestial bodies as different objects, like moons or planets, gas giants, whatever, that's pointless because maybe... Right? You're kind of arguing for the pointlessness as a whole. I'm with you, right? I agree with you that, yeah, figuring out if it's on a collision course is, I would find that way more important, but I would not invalidate the whole of discovering and classifying celestial bodies. Looking for celestial bodies. One could argue that if we didn't look for and define celestial bodies, that celestial body on the collision course would have never been found, XNV. Right? It doesn't invalidate the whole of classifications, right? And that is what it looks to me that you've been arguing for. Well, I'm saying, yeah, holy shit, it's such a good thing that we are looking for and classifying celestial bodies. And now, sure, that we have a body that that may be on a collision course, holy shit, figure that out and, well, that doesn't really matter anyways, does it? Because what the fuck could we do, XNV? What the fuck can you do? You could argue that it's pointless to figure out if it's in a collision course or not, because there's nothing you can do about it. Right? I don't think that likeness AI... I don't think that holds true. I just thought it was funny. Promises, I would say yes. Kind of funny, to be honest, because how absurd it sounds. Shit. What sounds absurd? Oh, the video. Thanks for the tip.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, it's a Folding Ideas video as well. That's the second time in 2 days I've been recommended Folding Ideas. Good times. Good times. Well, Getino Tab says I was referring to not having a good understanding about DMT. Oh, right. But I have a not good understanding about quantum physics either. Yeah, me neither. I understand neither of them. Promise is also nice to see that YouTube started shortening links again with u2.be instead of the full link. Wait, did they stop doing that? XNV says mathematicians and consequently most scientists are awful at naming their variables. An objective fact. I mean, you could argue that philosophers are... Actually, philosophers are better at naming their variables, but they're pretty bad as well. I mean, everybody's not bad at naming things. I suppose. Well, like everything, when we look at a skill that humans have, it all ends up on a normal distribution curve, right? So some mathematicians ends up being pretty good at naming things, and some are not. And again, we have to also point out that good is a subjective value judgment, because I have to. Which means that depending on your metrics, right? How do you define good variable name? Thomas says also this whole situation kind of reminds me of Mario. Wait, what do you mean? XNV says if I wanted to discredit all of philosophy, I would have compared it to astrology instead of meteorology. Well, that's a good point. Predicting hurricanes is still useful, even if it's imperfect. Oh yeah, very useful. Wait, but you still, like, do you reject the notion, XNV? Like, I've been trying to paint a picture here. At the bottom we have philosophical ideas, and on the top we build science on top of those philosophical ideas. Do you reject that that is how it works? Coleman says, yeah, for a good couple of months, if you went to the share tab and pressed a copy, it would just copy the whole link. Oh, would you look at that? Instead of the shortened one. Oh, that's weird. Oh, my browser just... I don't even have to copy a link. I have a key command, YY, and that just copies a link. It's very neat. Big fan of my browser. Yeah, I really like my browser. And I'm still thinking about maybe replacing it one of these days. By the way, I mean, I've had a great time. I want to say thank you to all the people showing up and having me talk instead of playing video games. Because I've had a great time. I have made no progress, almost no progress in the game at all now in 2 days. And I don't mind because I've had a great time. And I hope you have had a pretty good time as well. Promises I can do that too, you know. It just makes the chat a bit clearer. Wait, I get confused. What can you do? What makes the chat a bit clearer? I have a separate... yeah, I use Chatterino for chat, so I have a separate... Oh, the shorter link. Yeah, I see. I agree. I mean, it's much more beautiful when it's that short. It's longer, isn't it, Coleman? The hash. It's longer than what it used to be. Where did I put it? Like this hash? That's why they turned it down, because, oh, we don't have enough hashes. So they took it down for a few months to rebuild the system to make longer hashes, probably. I think so. Like, don't quote me on it, but I think that looks bigger than they used to. It's like the IPv4, right? Oops. We did run out of addresses. I'll get in on tab says, I'm pretty good at naming things. Oh man. That's the mathematician, right? The mathematician says, I'm pretty good at naming things. I needed to use logic that is logically equivalent to transitive closure logic, but syntactically more strict, and I named it Haru Transitivisen Dulkeman Logica, which translates as barren or harsh transitive closure logic. I mean, in context, maybe that naming is good, but holy shit. Yeah, there's a big difference between those links, Coleman, indeed. XNV says, I see myself as a quantum system within a quantum system. I have clusters of neurons that fires when patterns correspond to philosophical concepts, vibrate certain cells, but I don't consider such concepts fundamental to reality. Oh! Oh! Someone was rejecting dualism before. Right, and that's what you've been trying to do, yeah. And I say that what you're doing there is creating a paradox, XNV. Your perspective on yourself is a paradox. Because you're denying the definition of yourself is you're doing the behaviorism thing. Well, if we're talking metaphysically here, well, actually, no. Actually, I take all that back. Yeah, I can see that. But that doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make qualia outdated at all. Yeah. It doesn't add at all. Like, you define yourself without bringing in philosophy of mind. Yeah. You just are not interested in philosophy of mind or defining yourself from the philosophy of mind. I think that's completely fine, yeah. It keeps the Scientologist. Nice. Dino's not my homeboy. I don't think that's Scientologist at all, right? You define yourself from a perception of quantum systems. Yeah, a quantum system, right? You define yourself that way. And that's completely fine. Because it's not mutually exclusive, right? It's just one perspective against another perspective. I definitely do not, because I don't understand quantum systems, so it would be weird to quantify, define myself thusly. Oh, that actually brings back to the full circle here to the Chomsky. Wait, Chomsky? Noam Chomsky. There we go. I'm terrible with names. Of course, a linguist will see intellect as a linguistic thing. Of course, someone who studied quantum mechanics see themselves as a quantum system. Of course, someone who studies philosophy see themselves through the lens of philosophy, right? That's how we define the stuff we go from. Of course, Colgate In on Tap defines themselves through a logical mathematical sense. Or defines, right? If you ingrain yourself into logic mathematics, then you create lenses for yourself where you see the world, all of the world, through mathematics and logic. If you study a bunch of quantum psychology, quantum mechanics and physics and whatnot, of course you create a lens for yourself, and that's the perspective you have on all of creation. And if you study philosophy, that's the lens from which you view the world. Nice to see you again, by the way, CatCube. How have you been doing? And at the end of the day, of course, when you watch... Oh, there we go. Of course, when you only know AI from the perspective of Terminator 2, you're afraid of Skynet, and you're gonna ask about sentience. Right? If that's the only lens you have to view AI from, that's the lens you're gonna view, and that is what's gonna interest you, and that's what's gonna lead you into the conversation about AI. And at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, some people who are better at evaluating these things, right? Some people who know software and coding and understand how AI works, the possible dangers that they are presenting should be listened to. But that doesn't negate or make the other conversations pointless. Because, for example, the way I like philosophy, I also like politics. So one of the dangers that I see with AI is, right? I'm gonna bring it to UBI, because of course I do. Because that's my bias. I'm gonna bring it to the UBI, the citizen salary discussion. Because, well, AI is gonna do, like, we're gonna start automating stuff. And the danger is that we're not gonna be set up for all the unemployment, and that's gonna be a social problem, a political problem. Right? So at the end of the day, all these perspectives, the linguistic perspective, the Terminator 2 perspective, the quantum perspective, the neurological perspective, the political, the philosophical perspective, all of them have value, right? Because since we are a diverse bunch, like we people are very diverse, and that allows us to evaluate these things from different perspectives, which, right? Maybe that celestial object that is floating towards us is just very porous cheese. And maybe, even though it slams into us, it has no density whatsoever. So classifying what type of object it is doesn't matter, because what we're gonna have is what it's gonna just clump together, and we're gonna have a certain spot on the planet at a certain time and date. We're just gonna have a bunch of molten and maybe some charred cheese dropping down, but we're just gonna be fine. Maybe doing the classification is worthwhile. Because we are a diverse bunch, and that is one of our strengths, not one of our weaknesses as a species. XNV says, I think you could easily argue it was my study of philosophy that led me to see myself as a quantum system. Well, I disagree with that, because you would have to have studied quantum systems to see yourself as a quantum system. Because if you don't know what a quantum system is, you're not going to look at yourself as a quantum system. But I don't want to refuse what you're saying. I'm saying that philosophy was a stepping stone towards quantum systems, right? And like I said before, philosopher is always wrong. When they're not wrong anymore, they're a scientist. I like that quote, even though I don't stand behind it. Like, philosophically, I don't stand behind it because I don't like the right-wrong terminology, but you get my point. Yeah. You could argue that it was your study of philosophy that led you to studying quantum systems. And that kind of follows my thing, right? That, yeah, the basis for these things are philosophy at the end of the day. Modern science is built on modern philosophy and whatnot. There's a round and round we go. And that's like the whole that's why I really like the hourglass model of writing a paper. Because you start with the abstract notions and whatnot, earlier studies, and then you narrow into one specific and you design a very specific scientific methodology that is, you're moving away from the philosophy into the science, kind of. And then after you have done your method and you get your results, you start evaluating these results, and you start doing, what does this mean? And do more, like, you move towards the philosophy again, right? And that's how you build the body of knowledge. I feel like, yeah, the hourglass method of writing a paper, very good at bringing in the whole aspect of science. The science, yeah, all of the stuff. Polgetino Tab says there are stricter rules for, there are stricter rules for formula, so all barren transitive closure logic formula are transitive closure logic formulas, but not vice versa. I knew some of those words. Yeah, I knew a few of those words, Colgate on tap, yeah. Thus, says Colgate on tap, we can think of the collection of those formulas as being more barren as it has lesser population. Positive transitive closure logic would have been a better name, but that one is already in use for a different subset of transitive closure logic, so I had to come up with a new one. Nice, good job. Olgitino tab continues. Knowing whether it is cheese or not does not change whether it is cheese. It is pointless to know it prior because there is nothing we need to do if it's cheese, and there is nothing we can do if it is not. That's not completely true. If we believe, Olgitino tab, that we're all gonna die, we're gonna spend that time differently than if we believe that we're gonna survive. As well as if it turns out that the cheese are gonna hit certain points of molten cheese and whatnot, charred cheese in certain places, we could evacuate the cheese, the densely heavy cheese bombardment places, because it might still be dangerous, right? There might be fires. People might get molten cheese on their body if they're outside and whatnot. So we can prepare. We can prepare. Knowing is better because there is a difference. And if we're all gonna die, then all the stuff that we're holding in and keeping from our friends and family, the secrets that we're holding that we're too afraid to tell them, we could tell them because we're all gonna die anyway, right? And we can prepare for our own deaths and meet them with open arms. So I completely disagree calling it on tap. I think it changes a lot. Yep. It changes a lot. XNV says that rationalism and critical thinking helped me ignore a lot of nonsense, which is actually why I did not initially study quantum systems. Yeah, it led you into... Wait. Quantum systems are nonsense? Oh, wait. I feel like nonsense here can be interpreted in a multitude of different ways. I'm thinking nonsense is stuff that doesn't make sense to you, right? Stuff that I don't get this. That's nonsense, right? This doesn't make sense to me. And it would make sense to not study quantum systems if they don't make sense to you, because that's how the word sense is used, isn't it? XNV says there was a lot of nonsense in quantum physics, like the Copenhagen interpretation for many years, and some still remains. Yeah, like... To me, right, I don't know this stuff at all, but I remember looking into the Copenhagen interpretation, and to me, it looks like they take a camera, video camera, whatever, they throw a die, and they take a photograph of the die when it's falling, and they say, alright, from this photograph, I cannot tell where the die is gonna land. Therefore, our universe is inherently unpredictable and random as an essence of the universe. And I'm like, really? That's how you're gonna play that? But what the fuck do I know? I don't know quantum physics. Fulgitino tabs, and now I have heard die as a singular dice recently. Thanks, McArcake. Oh man. I actually didn't notice it until just the second after I said it, Fulgitino tab. I'm like, oh fuck, I just used it. Part of me wished that it was intentional, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Actually, I think I have used die myself, because I've used that example before when I look at the Copenhagen interpretation. Wait, is that even the Copenhagen interpretation? I'm not even sure that is what I'm talking about. The Copenhagen interpretation is the role of the observer, right? Oh, right, no, that the camera influences the die. I guess that actually we had Node Runner actually helped me with that, because this idea of what random is, I have a philosophical idea of a randomness. And the thing is that random is necessarily talking about our perspective, not about the thing in itself. Random is only random when we look at something and cannot predict what is going to happen. That is the definition of random, right? So, saying that something is random is not a statement about the thing in itself. It's a statement about you and your perspective. And I find it much more likely, right? Because I fucking refuse to throw causality out of the... I refuse to throw away causality. I'm just gonna refuse that. Yep. So instead, I'm gonna say it's way more likely that we don't have the tools and understanding to study these things the way we want to, rather than throwing away causality. That's what I would do. Well, Gitino Tab says was funny either way. Nice. Glad to hear it. XMV says, yeah, it was a magnetic field detecting an elementary particle, but duh, the field affect the particle. Yeah. That doesn't mean that the camera affects the particle. Well, Gitino Tab says, what do you mean with causality in this context? Wait, if the universe is random, like inherently if we're saying that the universe itself is random and random stuff happens all the time, then causality is not a thing, calling it in a tap. Cause and effect, like, if cause doesn't cause effect, and effect is not caused by a cause, and it's all just random, then cause and effect has to be thrown out the wind. If we're talking about the universe being random. And I'm just not okay with that. That's an emotional reaction where I just, emotionally, I'm like a little child where I'm just like, nope, you're fucking wrong. You don't have enough evidence to make these statements. Fuck this. I believe in causality because, holy shit. If it turns out that causality is not a thing, then what the fuck do we do with science? And philosophy? Like, empiricism is built on the idea that one thing causes another, right? And that whole thing goes out the window if causality doesn't exist. It means that the absolute basic, the most fundamental idea of science and knowledge and stuff that I have is that, well, causality is a thing, because otherwise knowledge is not a thing that, like, you cannot have knowledge if you don't have causality. Well, maybe you can in some other weird definition of knowledge, but you would have to redefine the whole field of philosophy and science, because it doesn't work. XMV says the concern was more about determinism versus non-determinism. The path of the particle wasn't completely random, just not fully known. That's what I was saying, yeah. It's not known, which I think is a statement about the observer, not about the particle, right? When you don't know, that doesn't tell you anything. It just tells you that you don't know. It doesn't tell you anything about the thing. It just tells you that you don't know. And a lot of people used this, philosophically to argue for non-determinism, which it's like, oh, I don't know, therefore non-determinism. And I'm like, no, fuck that. It's just you don't know. It doesn't mean anything. Ogitino tab says in algorithmic information theory, string of bits is considered random. Wait. If and only if it is shorter than any program that can produce the string. So strings can't be compressed. I understood some of those words. Yeah, I understood some of those words. Just because we cannot predict something doesn't mean that it's inherently unpredictable. It just means that we cannot predict it. Right? Right? Just like if I take the die and toss it, I cannot predict where it's gonna land. How it's gonna land. That doesn't make it inherently unpredictable, it's just that I cannot. If I had more knowledge, if I had more data available to me, some more methodologies, like if I had a camera that was filming it, and some program that evaluates, it could figure out before it lands where it would land, right? And I'm a pragmatist, so I'm just going to go ahead that, sure, there are things that will be outside of our scope, and that's completely fine. There are things that are outside of our scope, but everything that is inside of our scope and everything that has turned out to be inside of our scope has turned out to be not magic. Yeah, it has turned out to be that, yeah, to some degree we can predict these things. We can gain knowledge, and we can do stuff with said knowledge. So I would say we have no reason to believe non-determinism, and that I don't know is not sufficient argument for non-determinism. Right, Tristan approaches you and makes you a gesture to attract your attention. Let's play the game a little bit, eh? McDred, before we set off, I need to give you something. You came to my rescue when I was preparing to meet the goddess. Accept my gratitude and this. Tristan takes a few potions from his bag and hands them to you. There are only a few, but they will surely be useful in your journey throughout the Stolen Lands. They will indeed. Tristan folds his hands and smiles at you. I'm glad I met you. If you need advice or help, I'll be around. Well, I don't need your advice, Tristan. I will need your help, though, but not your advice. Neutral good. Thank you, Tristan. This is a precious gift. I wouldn't mind if we were closer. Or neutral evil. No, it's fine. Neutral good. This is a precious gift. I mean, it's not super precious. What was it, like 3 potions? Small potions, that's like 150 gold. It's not... It's fine. Yeah. It's very kind of you. I'm happy to help you, and I won't waste any more of your time. Late lunch today? Not super late lunch. I feel like we have had a couple of conversations and we've kind of rounded them out. I didn't want to quit like when we were in the middle of something. And I wanted to give a little bit of time if someone wanted to add some more notes. But it's time for lunch. I often feel that way, right? When we've been in the middle of a conversation and it starts petering out and I'm going to lunch, I don't want to cut someone off, right? If they just like had, oh, I want to do the thing. I don't know. All unsaved progress will be lost. Wait. Takes a little while to quit this thing. Oh shit, I also have Can't be too late because I have plans after lunch, but there are plenty of times. I can finish my lunch in 45 minutes easy. I almost were playing Sea of Thieves. Almost. Yesterday I was asking, but then I didn't. No one says we can play Sea of Thieves sometime? Yeah, I was actually lifting the phone last night and was like, oh, should I ask if see if Node Runner and or Coleman wants to play Sea of Thieves? And then I was like, well, no, I have this energy. I'm just gonna go and do the dishes instead. And I feel like that was worthwhile. Yeah, I feel like that was worthwhile. Even though there was no Sea of Thieves, but maybe another day. Did you say Sea of Node Runner? Yes. Sea of Node Runner time. That's what I said? Are you a thief, Node Runner? What is wrong with you? Sharing stuff illegally? Wait. No, that's not how thieving works. Sharing is caring. I'm happy and sad that this is in the wallpaper rotation. Happy and sad. Sometimes feelings go into each other, eh? Alright, thanks for hanging out. And have a good one, yeah. Cheers.